Hello, one. Hello, all. To the adventurous tour through the land of excitement called Talking with Famous People. This is Rachel.
Hi.
I'm Eric, sometimes called Host Eric. That's what my friends and family call me. It's Host Eric. Delilah always calls me that. No, not really. So anyway, we're live streaming. It's been a while. And we're having a lot of movement going on in our life right now. A lot of dramatic things happening. We're bringing the drama like Evelyn Tama, famous cartographer from who knows who's that person.
I like that she's a cartographer, though.
Yeah.
That had me wondering, oh.
That sounds legit.
Yeah.
Famous cartographer. We had a long drive today. We drove back from Mariposa. We went to Mariposa for the last couple of days. Had Cameron house sitting for us.
Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you, Cameron. So that the cats didn't starve and the fish didn't starve.
Yeah, it was a big help.
Yeah, Cameron's a good friend, and obviously we pay him for the house sitting, but that's not the point. We went to Mariposa, which is kind of right in the middle of California.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, but it's kind of near Yosemite, and we checked out the town. It's a nice little town. I haven't really researched it a whole lot. Hi, Boba Fett.
Hey, Boba Fett.
But things are moving so fast right now. And I didn't do a good job of thinking everything through necessarily before I started these processes. It probably would have been smarter to wait a while, to be honest, you know?
So then maybe we should.
Well, I guess maybe we should. I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing is, I put this process in motion I guess kind of in the wrong order. We should have figured out where we were going before we started selling this house. You know, that's what sensible people do. Or am I at 8,000? Are we at 8,000?
I don't know.
That's pretty good.
Thanks, Boba Fett.
That's exciting news.
That is exciting news.
We should have thought about where we were going when the house sold before we started selling it. That's obviously one thing. We should have, but things have been so crazy and topsy turvy with the progression of things that I really didn't think things through very, very carefully. And now we're talking to a couple of real estate people, and things are moving really fast.
Hey,
And
Jeff Costello.
hi, Jeff Costello. And you know, there's not really any hurry per se, and there's some reasons to slow things down here because my mom's still alive
Yeah.
and in the nursing home here nearby. And my secret power is flare. Cool. I think you misspelled that. Unless you mean my secret power is shooting a flare up into the sky.
That's what I was picturing.
By the way, Chris Chapman, he's the one who wrote me that email about legitimacy. Here's the thing. I don't think it's a good idea to try to make your passion your work. I think it destroys one or the other half of things. You're better served to try to work at something that makes money so that you can afford to spend more time on your passion eventually, or you gotta it's tough, it's tough one way or another. People have to find their place in the world, their utility to the world, and that's just how it is. Like, I'm not a good role model for anybody. I didn't manage my money well when I was making a lot of it, and not that I ever made a lot of it, but when I was making a decent amount of it, I didn't really manage it at all. Frankly, I left it all up to my wife at the time, and I've not been very good at adulting. Hi, Looper.
Hi, Looper.
And I'm not a very good role model, and you shouldn't emulate me, really. At all.
I emulate the way that you are with animals.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. I'm a good role model with animals. I'm not talking to you, Looper.
Well, you raised a wonderful child.
Yeah, Delilah's fantastic.
Yeah. So.
I think I'm pretty good at loving the people that I love,
You are.
And I'm also sometimes remarkably selfish. When will the typing sessions return? Probably start of 2023, I would guess. So anyway, I need to have a family meeting with Delilah and Rachel here about our timetable. The only real pressing reason to move fast is to move fast on the sale of this house would be because the market is kind of going down. Well, it is going down. So if that's a reason to try to move fast. But since we're going to be buying another house and the market seems to be going down kind of everywhere at once, that would be a wash, It's like what we'd lose in sales, we'd gain in purchase on the buyer's end of things. So Yeah, we're moving. Well, we're selling this house, and so we're moving. And the thing is, basically, everything. We really need to recalibrate. I need to recalibrate everything in the aftermath of discovering that the actual language of the trust, you know. Um, it's okay not to know what you're passionate about yet. He doesn't listen to me. I know what I'm passionate about, and I don't want to work there because it will either ruin my enthusiasm or it will do a poor job. Right.
I learned that in art school. I went to art school and it was so laborious that I haven't done art like
Nice.
yeah.
That's funny. Art school made me completely stop doing art. Is hilarious. What are you doing right now? You're doing art right now.
Yeah.
This thing
Then
we're making
my
is a
life
piece
ended
of
up
art.
being yes, it is. It truly is.
Well, we're looking to move about. No, we're looking to move about 5 hours away from here. I want to stay within shooting distance of Los Angeles, and I don't know. I'm now all of a sudden I'm just I have to. My whole brain just went through this thing. As I realized, okay, probably we're rushing this process, and probably we need to delay this by a month or two before we really get into the meat of it. I mean, we're definitely not rushing the estate sale or anything. I think we should. The meeting with the estate sale lady on Monday is a good idea. And we need to get this house ready to sell.
Mm-hmm.
But really, the thing is, it doesn't hurt to move forward on the buying thing because we don't have to move there. We're just gonna have to. There's just no reason to rush into the selling thing. We probably need to push the timetable back a month or so. Or two. You know?
That's okay, then we'll be fixing up this house in the meantime.
And we have to deal with escrow anyway, so maybe we're not really rushing things. The thing is, if we have a house bought there, we don't have to be there right now if we still have this house, you know?
Yes.
So it's really the selling of this house that it needs to take a little longer than the buying of the house. I guess there's not really any reason not to do it now anyway, because how often do we visit my mom, really? And not that often. And I know I'll be coming back and forth, you know, probably every couple of weeks for a couple of months dealing with things, you know? But I don't know. There's also escrow too, so we have to factor in that these processes probably take a little long. The selling process takes a little longer than the buying process, probably.
You know, that just made me think of Natalie. She would know.
Yeah, we could talk to Natalie. I don't know. These things are big decisions. Like, I guess if I had to do over again, I wouldn't have initiated this process right when I did. But in my mind at the time, it felt like the next step.
Yeah.
And this whole thing has been such a mess because I was operating under false assumptions for such a long time, and all these various decisions are under that frame have all been counterfeit by the invalidation of that frame, and it's taking me a little while to adjust. So, anyway, yeah, I would say that you can't expect yourself to really be glad you made a decision, changing the subject abruptly here. Now, we found a place we like. We think it's perfect, really, for us.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Mrs. Strauss.
Hi.
Hi, are you guys back yet?
Yeah, we got back this afternoon.
Oh my god, you must be so tired.
No, because my Adderall prescription came in today.
You did? Oh my god, how come?
Like I told you, it's never more than 3 or 4 days.
Wow, well, so they said it's nationwide, and then they gave it to you today.
Yeah, we got it today. Yeah.
Do you have to physically go there? Because of course, when Hui goes, he doesn't give people any pressure, and I don't go, I only call. So I have to physically go there, right?
I mean, I don't know. It's like,
Well, which
well, the thing,
pharmacy?
I went there like earlier this week, right? We went there, and they
Yeah.
said it had a national shortage, and I was just like, okay, well, would this be okay if this were insulin? I think that's what I said, right?
You
Yeah,
did.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, well, you know, blah blah blah. So something on the manufacturing end, I guess. And then, I just waited. They texted me again on Wednesday saying they're placing an order again, and I was like, okay, well, let's go to Mariposa today because my Adderall is not going to be here till Friday. And I knew they were going to fill it on Friday, and sure enough, they did. And I also knew they were going to pull this shit where they wait till like 7 o'clock in the evening to tell me that it's ready to be picked up. It's like, fuck you too, you know?
Oh, gosh. I'm so speechless. I tried so many times. We've been waiting for like, I don't know, 4 weeks maybe?
Okay, well, you want me to take you down?
Liliana,
What?
Do you need me to
I
kick you down
believe
some?
that is SE
Yeah,
and a bit of TE.
Yeah, sure.
But SE usually is getting shit done.
How many do you want?
And it's true. I'm glad that they didn't reject me and then I would have to take
Sure, I'll give you 6.
1930s German politics. That sounds so horrible. Yes, we're still in LA, Karma's Pimp. Yes, you were
I don't know.
right.
I don't know.
SE is doing it. So getting shit done is more SE. Jeffrey's mom has high conscientiousness with Big Five. I have very low conscientiousness with Big Five.
No, don't even call. What are you even calling the doctor for? Look, when they tell you they don't have it, you say, okay, will you call every fucking Walgreens in LA County while
Well,
I
an
stay here until you
FI
find one
Dom
that does
is
have it? Because this is
a
my
supervisor
prescription,
to
and
some
you
types. Like
provided for my
Eliana Diaz,
this drug.
INFP is a supervisor to ENTP. Are you low, Alec T? It's good to know that you are as well.
Well, don't curse, but say basically that, you know.
Conscientiousness is like thinking about others, like consciously thinking, like um, like aware of your surroundings and of people in your surroundings, and following rules. Thank you, LT. Conscientiousness, the quality of wishing to do one's work or duty well and thoroughly. Yeah. Thank you. When I saw that I had low conscientiousness, and like the description said that if you have low conscientiousness, like you don't get things done, you're like basically like a sloth in life. Like I guess it's pretty true. Isn't TI understanding how to do things? Or understanding how things work, asked Liliana Diaz. Yeah, it's a processes. TI is like what's fair and logically sound.
Okay, if you want to swing by, and I'll give you some. Here's the 6. Okay.
Oliver Linehan says, like, if one were to look at my physical environment versus my ability to get things done, they would conclude very different things about my conscientiousness. Yes, it's true, actually, Oliver Linehan. You're probably, like, right in the middle, then, of conscientiousness on the Big Five. Like, ISFJs are known for that. They're actually pretty sloppy. Like, leaving clothes around places and stuff, and like trinkets, things.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, but you have high FE, so you have like conscientiousness too.
Okay. So after Chloe or what? After.
Yeah, maybe after Chloe.
Okay, fine.
How's it going with you, Hugh Jarcy?
Yeah, it was kind of like 11.
J or
Like 10?
I was hoping 10.
Looper,
That's fine.
mine was lower than that. My conscientiousness.
Alright, so 10, maybe we just go 30 or so.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Oliver Lynn has
Okay.
his.
Alright, thank you so much.
Alright, no problem. Are you swinging by tonight to pick that up or no?
Oh, no, not tonight.
Okay, alright, cool.
Sometimes before Jeffrey's next tournament.
Okay, when's that?
Hence why I
next
am
weekend.
skeptical
Not this
of
weekend,
Big
next
Five
weekend.
proponents' abilities
Okay,
to explain
well,
anything. Are
I'll
different
also have-
evaluations
Also
evaluating
have
by the
plenty
same
left in
metrics?
probably, so. Wait, come get it sooner than later.
I think
Yeah,
just Big Five.
Okay, cool.
Oliver.
It takes me about 2 weeks to go through the whole bottle, so.
Okay.
Alright.
So, yeah, I'm so stunned. I can't tell you how stunned I am. I mean, it just flat out tell me that there's nothing. We have nothing.
I don't know what to say about that. I've been battling with pharmacies over this drug forever. They don't like dispensing it.
They don't? Why?
Because it's speed. Because it's methamphetamine without the methylation.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what that means. Is that bad?
No, it's not bad. It's just people have it has a bad reputation for being abused.
Oh, I see.
But, that's just by squares, okay? Squares think that.
I actually think it would look different.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
They wouldn't score the same level as you, Oliver, if
you score level 10.
So I think that your level of conscientiousness would look different. Like someone who has 60% would probably be similar to yours.
Conscientiousness only 60%. How does a D minus, Oliver? It's a D minus.
Mine's like an F.
No, the problem here is that Jeffrey's mom, her pharmacy won't fill her prescription. They keep telling her to go back to the doctor and request a different drug, which is just fucking totally out of line. I can't believe they tell her that.
Me too.
You are not my doctor, is what I would say to those fucking people. You do not get to decide what drug I should be on. You need to fulfill my prescription, Walgreens, before I tell Eric about it.
I said that Jeffrey's mom is high in conscientiousness.
Oh, yeah. I was going to change the subject to how life's so crazy. Everybody freak out. Yeah.
Oh man, if everyone freaks out, then like, what do we do?
A whole lot of drugs. You know what I say? Adderall shortage, Schmatterall shortage.
Yeah, I do too.
That's what I have to say about that. That's just bullshit the pharmacy says. Am I talking about you? No. I'm talking about Adderall shortage, Schmatterall shortage. So yeah, Jeffrey's mom's pharmacy is fucking around with her.
Yeah, they really are.
She hasn't been able to get it in like a month.
That's so... Oh my god, that is so wrong.
Yeah. Something about making decisions. Oh yeah.
Yeah, making decisions.
The challenging thing about making decisions in general in life is when you're young, you make decisions that affect the rest of your life. But if you're cool, you're not ready to make any of those decisions. And that never really changes. Like, here we are making decisions that are going to determine the rest of our lives, me and Rachel, and we're wildly unprepared for it. Like, we just don't have any experience doing this kind of adulting before. We don't know anything about it. How could you? How could you know about something like this where, you know, your dad shoots himself in the backyard and there's all this hubbub and then there's this getting rich, you know, being removed from as a trustee from the trust thing, combined with some conversations that suggested I was like disinherited. Then I don't read the thing for months, and then when we finally do read it, it says like the opposite of what I expected, and it's just been nuts, right? So here I am finally going, okay, I guess we're going to move forward and sell this house, but I haven't yet fully processed how that, having heard reading the trust in the lawyer's office changed everything. And so, you know, this is why I hate SE. You take some action and you set things in motion and you go, whoa, 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 hold on. I didn't think this through enough. Usually I think through stuff a lot. It's not like I have a habit of doing too much stuff. It's that this is so unprecedented a sequence of events and a set of facts that even doing my best, I'm failing utterly to deal with everything sensibly, really. You know, not super well, not failing utterly to deal with things sensibly, but I mean, it's been a comedy of failures heretofore. And just operating under false assumptions and fucking up this and that and it's just so far it's been a bunch of errors that have been not very impactful, right? It's not like I've messed up in ways that hurt us a lot or anything. It's just I don't feel like I know what I'm doing.
Thanks, Rubenar.
Well, I'm not gonna lie though, Karma's Pimp, I was just about to go back to talking about Jeff some more. As he can be super helpful in just figuring out how much force should be applied to accomplish something. Well,
So now we know we have to slow down, which is we're still thinking about Mariposa though, right?
yeah, absolutely. I don't think our plan has changed at all. And in fact, as I thought through it more, I'm not even necessarily sure slowing down is important. But it probably wouldn't hurt.
No, I think once we like talk to the the realtor and I think we'll have a better sense of
What's the time
timetable.
frame? Yeah.
We'll tell him about the heater.
Jeff, I hope you did offend Karma's Pimp, because offending Karma's Pimp has been long my number one goal in life. That's why right now I think we need to start talking shit about the ENTP Club. Because I know Karma's Pimp loves it when we talk shit about that guy. Isn't that right, Karma's Pimp?
I have some things that I could say about him.
The thing is, you don't offend Karma's Pimp by talking shit about Karma's Pimp. You offend Karma's Pimp by talking shit about somebody else. Isn't that right, Karma's Pimp?
Should we talk about Carmen Pimp's mom?
Yeah, that's a good way to offend Karma's Pimp. Karma's... You have a hard name to say. I don't know what Karma's Pimp is. Doesn't matter. ENTP, Shmee, and BP. That's what I say about that. Huh? Well, I don't blame you.
Do you think ESFPs take personality tests and then like answer the way that they think an ENTP would answer, and then get results saying that they're ENTP because they like manipulated the test in some way?
No.
They just think that they're ENTP.
You're talking about ESTPs?
ESFP, sorry.
Oh, ESFPs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, probably. Probably, the ones who want to be ENTPs, they sort of practice the test until they get it down, and then they test ENTP like they want, and then they just ignore the previous other results or something like that.
I think Jen might be ESFP.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you're right about that, yeah. Oh, because I never thought otherwise. I mean, I did before I talked to her.
Really?
Well, once we had talked to her, actually, I think you may have initiated my doubt on that. We were at the lake, remember?
No, I don't.
We need not talk shit about Club ENTP. He walls himself off from partaking in any reasonable discourse by his own actions and empty threats.
True that. True that, Oliver Linehan. I definitely get that. ENTP and ESFP is a superego relationship. According to Glencoe, means that one type would come off super clingy and the other, and intrusive to the other.
No, Club ENTP is definitely not an INFP. I can assure you of that. So does that go both directions, Jeff? Does that mean that both types come off as super clingy and intrusive to each other? Since
I'm super ego with ISTJ.
Well, to put it simply, I broke his spirit. But, what are you going to do when somebody's coming at you both barrels blazing?
Oh my gosh, that's like me and our ISTP cat. I always want to pet her, and then she thinks it's intrusive.
Good for you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's kind of like... She's not very considerate of Rachel's feelings.
No.
Because night after night after night, she'll come get on my chest and show me that she loves me more than Rachel.
Yeah.
Time after time after time.
Yeah. Well, she comes over to me sometimes, like...
She loves you too.
Yeah, she does.
But she makes it very clear that she loves me more.
Yeah.
And that's an effie polar thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it would have to go both ways, right? Because superego is... it doesn't have one of those supervisor, supervisee, or benefactor, beneficiary. Hashtag facts and science. I love facts and science. As opposed to opinions and religion. So, Lou, you had a crazy week, you said? You had a freak out week?
Yeah, I want to hear about your freak out week if you don't mind, Lou.
Did that mean you went disco dancing and freaked out on the dance
Freak
floor?
out!
Yeah.
This chic, say chic, freak out!
And you danced like this?
Yeah, you have to see how he's dancing. Freak out!
That's how you dance when you freak out.
What other songs have freak out in it?
I don't know. Maybe that's the only one. It was a freak out party with a freak out lady and a freak out time had by all.
I'm kind of freaking out that we got 8,000.
Yeah, that's good. The thing is, I called Delilah before we talked to a lawyer. I mean, a realtor, right? I called her and said, okay, we're planning on calling this lady, this realtor. Do you have any objection? She was like, no, that's fine. That's good. But I think she too hadn't processed yet how the frames had changed so much, you know? So, anyway. Things are, how do you say, wild, wacky, woolly, crazy, mixed up. They're a wild, wacky, crazy, woolly, mixed up affair of crazy, wild, woolly things.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Lou. So Ludaface says, oh yeah, I've been a fucking mess. Nairi, 2 years. Sam Heian didn't get a job that was great. Today a crow friend died, but at least I found her first and she died in the warm house and not alone.
A crow? How sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that too.
I'm sorry you didn't get the job either.
Yeah. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise.
She probably wants her blessings to be less well disguised then.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. It's a lot of stuff. Jeff Costello says, bro, I felt bad tonight. I'm work doing my job and 2 kids were asking if I wanted to buy candy and my dad told me through the walkie-talkie to avoid them. I speed walked away.
That's fine. What you did was fine. Those kids, they're not going to remember that.
Ludaface says, yeah, she was a beauty. Thanks. Yeah, a lot. And FI sucks. LOL.
Yeah. On the other hand, remember this. You can't spell fingers without FI.
You can't.
So, there's that. You also can't spell finally. You've proved me wrong, Hugh Jars. You have proved me wrong. You can spell fingers without FI, but you just can't spell it correctly.
Oh, kitty man.
Wonderful
Meow.
kitty.
Meow.
That's not fingers.
Meow.
FI does suck sometimes. Take it from an FI don't. Yeah, I'm curious, Eliana. I said to Lou the other day that I have trouble making good decisions when I'm experiencing intense emotions. And Lou said, I think that's everybody, Eric. And I said, well, what about FI DOMs? I bet they can, that's their secret power, right? Is they can make good decisions even when they're feeling strong emotions, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Tatum.
Yeah,
been a
what
little
is your
while.
question? Hi, Tatum. FI seems to fly under the radar until the moment you don't want to see it. That's a very backslide FI perspective. Yeah, they probably would think of you as sensitive because you probably would be sensitive. Sensitivity is not bad. That's spoken like an INFP. Usually one knows what decision must be made but doesn't make it.
Aww. They're both favorited. You're favorited. Me and Trouble got into some fights.
Yeah.
Aww.
You want to lower the camera a little bit so we can include him in the picture?
Oh, yeah. I do.
Lower it, yeah. There you go. There's our important kitty man. I mean, I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm asking FI Doms what they think about that. I don't know what my opinion is about it. I was just curious what FI Doms would say. Do they think they're capable of making good decisions when they're experiencing strong emotions? Because I just noted the other night when I was chatting with Lou that I make bad decisions when I'm experiencing strong emotions, and or have trouble making good decisions, I guess is the way I put it. So yeah, I just wondered if maybe FI Doms feel as though they can make good decisions when they're experiencing strong emotions, because maybe that strong emotions occurs to them as clarity, you know? I'm not sure. I don't feel like I have a good sort of SI grasp of FI, you know? Because I don't. My experience of it is mostly bad. Generally, I have that sounds like FI 8th, Asta Fasta. You've been waiting for this live stream all your life? You have been. For every moment of your life until now, it's just been rapt anticipation of this moment. When Mac Daddy finally arrives and says, I'm here, I'm standing proud and tall, and you won't push me out of the way. That's more of a FE thing, actually, Jeff Costello. FI is really about what's precious to you. And, Gollum is the ultimate expression of FI with his relationship with that ring, you know? Making decisions on what's important to you, knowing what you want. Those are critically important skills in life that I struggle with a lot. Yeah, FI is a judging function. So it's the interested calculus, whereas TI is the disinterested calculus. And FI and TI are both deliberative judging functions.
Mm-hmm. Mac Daddy says waiting is never the superpower of an SE Dom.
Fasta, why would you say your FI is pretty good when up here you said never given it much thought? If you've never given the relationship between your feelings and decision making much thought, that would suggest FI 8. Because people who have FI in the front stack are likely to give it more attention than that. Stupid fat hobbitses.
But it's not always a fact. Because, I've felt negative emotions So, like, for instance, I've felt negative emotions with Eric in the past, and it doesn't stop me from loving him.
The thing is, Alec, to feel is an experience.
Yeah.
To think is a deliberative process and more in the sense that we understand what deliberative processes are than to feel is. But both are fundamentally ways of deliberation. It's just one of them is experiential and one of them is communicative. So are FI DOMs goal oriented? No. Well, that's why it's linked with TE, right? So if you're a TE DOM, you're all about accomplishing the goals, but your FI is weak. As a consequence, you're a little unsure about what you want, right? If you really know what you want, then you're pretty unsure about how to get it. You're trying to determine whether your boyfriend is an ENFP or an ESFP? Well, what flavor is his nonsense? That's really the question there. Okay, well, you're right that in some sense, FI is the most accurate reporter of what you want and how important it is to you. So FI is the most accurate assessor of what you want and how important it is to you. But that's only one piece of a puzzle, right? Of a larger puzzle. What I want may be, I want everyone around me to like me. That's an FE consideration. It means I'm going to defer what I want because I don't necessarily care that much, right? Maybe I care, but the consequence of that is then I end up being wrong about that sometimes. And you give away something that's super important to you and don't realize you cared a lot about it, you know?
I'm sorry to hear that, Rubinar.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's an experience, not a fact. That you experience it is indisputable. And that it links to something authentic is also correct, although not indisputable. But you're abusing the word fact. What's factual is that you experienced it and that it linked to what was precious to you in some fashion.
But it's like experience or facts to the individual. Like, there's different vantage points.
Experiences aren't facts. They are experiences. They're different things. A fact is something like ducks float on water. It's a descriptive statement about reality. Your feelings are an experience that accurately inform you about one vector of your reality. Well, Mac Daddy, just because you're inebriated doesn't mean you're more stupid than normal. Okay? I don't think you're normally stupid. I don't think of you as stupid at all.
No, you're very intelligent, Mac Daddy. You ask very smart questions. And I like that you ask the questions, too. A lot of people don't.
Well, that it happened is a fact, okay? That you had that experience is a fact. That's true. But that's a statement about the experience. That's not the experience itself. Yeah, I'll have to turn off the heater for Spoken like an FE third person. I'll have to turn up the heater. This is making that noise. Oh, valuable and important kitty man. Does FI6 make you not crave companionship? What do you think, Rachel? In other words,
No.
are you loneliness resistant because you're FI6? Be another way of putting that.
I guess so. I was alone for a long time, but I don't know. It's half and half because I really enjoy being around people at the same time, but I guess I would say no.
How do you experience an object that doesn't exist? You mean like phantom limb syndrome? Eat my feet, Hugh. Eat my feet. Don't talk shit to
Yeah,
Eliana
what's up
Diaz,
with that,
you jars.
you jars? We are nice here as much as we can.
Sometimes we're nice. And we like Eliana. She's
Yeah.
sweet. Don't be mean to Eliana. You be mean to me if you want. Be mean to Jeff Costello. He looks like he likes people to be mean to him. Plato IEIs tend to operate
Meow.
on a one-on-one basis, being able to form intense emotional connections with individuals. Furthermore, they have a good sense of people. Intuitive, ethical introverts. That's INFJs.
I think so.
Yeah. That guy is a Hugh Jars. Don't forget that.
Oh my god, I didn't put that together at all.
Nevertheless, IEIs are not so interested in character judgment and the formation of close bonds for his own sake instead of keeping good people close and bad people at a distance. They're interested in keeping good people close and bad people at a distance? Then that validates with my experience with Rachel for sure. Is that a duck, Eliana Diaz? Is your profile picture a duck? If so, it's fair that he called you a quack. And then that's fair game.
Yeah, I would say it's fair game too.
It doesn't look like a duck to me from here, but it could be a duck. It looks like a flower.
Lou DeFay, are you still here? I have a calling to pull some tarot cards for you.
I don't think people want to fight you, Jeff. What are you talking about? I was just joking. I don't actually think he should be mean to you. Relax. I was just joking around. What's your Insta, Jeff? What's your Insta? I'm talking like a young person now.
Yeah, you are. Cool. Would you be cool with me pulling some cards for you, Lou DeFay?
Is Lyra the same as liar? No. Those are different words. Pull some tarot for the chat.
For the whole chat? Okay, I will. But I want to know if
Okay, Jeff, relax.
Lou DeFay is cool with me pulling some for her. I just feel like a calling.
I was
Okay, cool.
not serious when I said be mean to Jeff, okay? I was not being serious at all. I tell you who was being serious, this important kitty man here. He's serious about love. Look at that seriousness. Oh my gosh. The Collective.
Oh, cuddle buns, Squire Bublington. Okay, I'm gonna use this deck for Lou.
You are Kinsane in the membrane. You know, that guy from that band, he has a weed shop that we've been going to
Yes.
recently.
Yes.
It's called Dr. Green Thumb. It's got good deals. But we really enjoyed our trip to the Tribal Nations weed store on the way back. Got some excellent weed called
Yes, excellent weed.
Lemon, Electric Lemon.
Okay, Lou is going to get 4 cards. And Eric is going to choose them.
Oh, Derek, do you like the following cooking recipes? What cognitive functions likes cooking recipes? Or do I like following cooking recipes? No, I don't. What is Mac Daddy's Instagram? It's drunkkenzie@instagram.com.
Oh! At the moment, it's true. 4 cards for Lou DeFay.
By announcing your drunkenness, you at least cover your bases should you say anything dumb. True that. Good point, Oliver. Good point. You've got a pre-made excuse. There's Uno. There's Dose. I don't think he's being sarcastic. I really don't. You are loved. That's what my ESFJ wife used to tell me. Note the passive voice.
That's kind of condescending.
Note the passive voice, right? By whom?
Yeah, like, are you saying in general or?
And here's what I call the wild card.
Okay.
If you don't like one of those cards after you pull them, turn them over, you can replace it with this one.
Okay.
We don't normally do tarot like that, but we're mixing it up tonight.
First card.
That's the Knight of Pentacles.
Entrepreneur, practical, reliable. Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo.
That's who you are. This is where you are.
King of Rods.
You're in a King of Rods place. Maybe the situation now demands kingly roddiness.
Yeah. And like with your money, you're kind of acting like a teenager. Like you've dealt with it in your life, but you haven't totally mastered it. Whereas creative ideas, you've mastered. You feel like, yeah, I could sit on this salamander lion throne and hold my rod in my hand. That sounds so bad, but and my creative ideas are worthy. Okay, next card. Ooh. The Knight of Cups.
The Knight of Cups. That means you're emotionally mature.
You're feeling
That's
like
what
a
you need
teenager,
right now.
too.
Who you are, where you are, what you need is emotional maturity. And what's the last one is what you're gonna get. Uh-oh. That one's not so good.
No, it's a good one.
Oh, I thought it was. Never mind. I thought it was the one with the guy lying down.
Oh, no, this one's good. This is the 6 of, I think it's good. It doesn't necessarily have to be translated that way, but I translate it in a good way. This is the 6 of swords, and it's a transition voyage, depart. 6 of swords. So you might be thinking of traveling.
Or you may be transitioning your plan from plan A to plan B.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Now, would you like to exchange any of those cards for the wild card?
Yeah, would you like to exchange any of those cards? For the wild card. Okay, which one do you want to swap out? You have the Knight of Pentacles, the King of Wands, the Knight of Cups, and the 6 of Swords. Which one would you like to swap out?
I'm not funning you, Mac Daddy. Did you say I was funning you or something? I wasn't funning. I'm just spunning. Who has no filters or personal boundaries? You're going to Singapore. Are you going to instruct them about their problem they have with their drinks being too sweet?
Knight of Pentacles is getting removed.
Let's see what you've won. This one. The Ace of Rods.
So you're coming up with new creative ideas. And you might have a new creative idea that you're sure about that maybe is a labor of love and will take you places.
Like selling freeze-dried poo. Have you ever thought about that? People don't like soft, wet poo. Singapore.
Can you help me pull for the whole chat?
Sure, who's next? Who is next? You know, the thing is, don't you hate soft, wet poo? We all do. Introducing freeze-dried poo. The preferable alternative.
I hope it's not the poo thing, no offense. No poo in your reading. It's all about creativity. And then moving your mind into someplace else. So maybe meditation.
Okay, who's next in line here? Pia, there's one card. Pia, there's 2 cards. I'm thinking this one's for Eliana Diaz.
Okay.
Pia makes 3 cards? Oh, that debate question. Yeah, of course. My daughter's quite good at it. She's in the STP.
Yeah. And I think the reason she thinks that she's an ENTP is because she is good at it.
In part. Probably.
Mm.
Yeah. She's, it seems ever more obvious to me that she is definitely a. I'm not protecting your FI. ESTPs can be great at it. It's just they're typically not that interested in it. Alright, Eliana Diaz, your first card, who you are.
Ooh.
You are a naked baby on a horse. Reckless, wild, and you're abandoned. Getting sunburned and risking head injury all at the same time.
Yeah, but you're looking nice with a flower wreath headband.
You're saying wee.
Yeah, on a horse. That's pretty. You jumped all that way high, or something.
You're double barebacking. Not only does that horse not have a saddle, neither do you, if you know what I mean. Boom.
Next card.
Where you are.
You're defending yourself.
Struggle. Defense. 7 up rods.
You've got the higher ground though, so keep up the pace. It's a good pace.
What you need?
Ooh.
You need dreams. You need to dream a little dream. You have a dream that one day people of all races will live together in harmony. And lastly, what you gonna get? You got a lot of majors here.
Yeah, you do.
Got the Hierophant. You're gonna get jumping through hoops.
The ruler of the what?
This is the ruler of normalcy. Following the rules, obeying, the jumping through hoops.
Yep.
This is the ESTJ card.
Yeah.
You're going to get some ESTJ. Would you like to replace one of those cards with your wild card? Perhaps you'd like to replace...
Don't show it.
Perhaps you'd like to replace the 7 of rods. That's the most negative card you got there.
Or the moon.
More the moon. Moon could be considered negative because it's like not real, you know?
Yeah, so would you like to swap out a card or take the wild card?
Or not take the wild card. The moon.
Okay,
Swapping
the
out the moon. Instead, you get the King of Cups. What you need is to be kingly in your emotions. You need to be the king of emotions.
What do they say? Still waters run deep or something?
Yeah.
That's how you are with your emotions.
What about rapidly moving waters? Do they run shallow?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. As a Pisces, I have no idea what a Pisces is. As a Taurus, I like to eat dirt.
I'll tell you what isn't real too, Mac Daddy. A sea goat. A sea goat is not real. I've always been sort of like, oh, I'm a sea goat when I'm asked if I'm like a Capricorn. Because like, what the heck? They couldn't think of anything else. They had to like make like, oh, all the others would be like a lion. We have a ram. We even have a virgin woman.
Seagulls are just dolphins with hearts.
Yeah, you're right, Tiffany.
All right, who's next on the list of people who get pulled?
Let's do one for Ruben R.
Ruben R., you be scrubbing cars. There's one card.
Jars, you are next.
2 cards.
Oh, he's coming at you fast. With those cards, Ruben.
3 cards. 4 cards. And a wild. It's this one. All right. Let's see. What's your first card?
Ooh.
Temperance.
I like this card.
Temperance. Stop doing so much crack. Your second card, which is, that was who you are, this is where you are. 4 of Cups. It's the ponder card. It's time to ponder. Get your ponder on. What you need. You need to gamble.
Wheel of Fortune.
You need to go on Wheel of Fortune. That's what
Think what
you need to do.
Sajak. What's his name? Is that his name? Pat Sajak?
Yeah, Pat Sajak and Vanna. No, that's. Yeah, that is Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, Pat
Pat
Sajak
Sajak and Vanna White.
Vanna White. What would they do? And that's what you think of.
Yeah. Now is not a good time to buy crypto. This one is what you're going to get. You're going to get to pay those bills, dog. You got to pay those bills. Now, would you like to trade out any of these cards for your wild card?
So you got Temperance, the Four of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Two of Pentacles.
Yeah, I'm reading that Wheel of Fortune card a little more literally
The
than
fourth
that.
one.
Ruben, I'm reading it as you're literally supposed to go on Wheel of Fortune, be a contestant.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That card means you got to get on the level of Pat Sajak and Vanna White.
All right, we're trading out this one.
Okay.
And instead you get this.
Ooh, you get
Knight of
boom.
Rods. You're dynamo, passionate, charming, cocky. And athlete. That's for the bottom where it says. So that's better than paying those bills. So does FE Polar give AF what others think? Yeah, sometimes in a crazy way, right? Like being too concerned that something that's not really going to bother anybody is going to bother people. It's okay, Mom. The $200,000 I took out of your account to buy an ugly ape NFT is going to sell for trillions in a few years. Alright, Hugh Jarvis is next. Well, I mean, if I said strong FE polar, it either meant very FE polar or FE polar, but comparatively socially graceful. You know, it wouldn't really be a strength or function thing. It would just be that somebody like Cameron's pretty socially graceful despite being FE polar. Some ISTJs are more so than others, you know. But Cameron being FE polar, like. When we went to his house and I smoked a cigarette outside, he's really worried about like the neighbors saying something to him or being bothered because he's not supposed to smoke there or something. But I'm smoking outside and it's like it doesn't make any sense. He's thinking people are potentially more sensitive than they are, you know? Alright, Hugh Jarvis, card number 1. Card number 2. Card number 3. Card number 4. And the wild card. Let's turn them over. Number 1. You got the 3 of Cups. Celebrate good times with Cool in the gang. Thanks, Ruben R.
Thanks, Ruben R.
Yeah, well, once you win it all on Wheel of Fortune, then you'll know the power of the tarot.
Are you good at what Wheel of Fortune? Is guessing like phrases something that you're good at? Okay, Hugh Jarvis, this is your next one.
This is where you are. You feel betrayed, heartache, cheated upon, perhaps, or broken up with, breakup,
You
grief,
could have had 3 disappointments too.
grief, heartache, pain, What does that say?
Sad. Whoa.
Oh, sad and woe. This is a pretty bad card.
Wait, it's not over yet.
This is what you need. Eight of Cups. You need a journey to the unknown. Journey to the unknown. That's what you need.
Mac Daddy, you're next.
And what you're gonna get. The King of Swords.
Ooh. Analytical thinker.
Thinker, rational, pragmatist, sharp. Would you like to trade out one of those cards?
Yes, for the fifth wild card.
Would you like to trade out your heartache? You wanna trade that betrayal for a second chance? Let's
King
do
of
it.
Swords is my nickname. He didn't answer.
I'm assuming that's the one he wants to trade out. Instead of that, you get
Okay.
this one, Empress.
That's another 3. That's fertility, mother, secure, beautiful, harvest.
You are going to have a beautiful harvest of motherhood. All right, see you in 30 minutes-ish.
See you in 30 minutes-ish.
All right, it's too hot in here. I'm going to turn off the heat.
Okay,
Can you do Looper Beeringer?
sure. Looper Beeringer. You do not get... You get a free vagina. It's yours, though. Like, on you. You become your feminine vagina. Looper Beeringer. Oh, I said Mac Daddy next. Who's next? We'll do
Looper, then do Mac Daddy.
Looper, then Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy can win.
Looper.
Looper's more impatient than Mac Daddy. I have to go get more cigarettes. I'll be right back.
Okay. You guys are stuck with me. Ha ha ha. Okay. I'm a little slower. Looper, number 1. Looper, number 2. Looper, number 3. Looper, number 4. And the wild card. Okay, Looper 1. Ooh, I'm hoping this card is going to show up for someone. Judgment. Ascension, completion, zenith, number 20. So, you could have felt like something has come to light. Like, you've made a big realization on something. Or some sort of justice is being done. Or you just feel like you're complete with things. The next card is the 6 of Rods. Triumph, victory. Prestige. So you feel like you've won over your creative ideas. Like maybe at work or at home, you've been working on some creative projects or coming up with creative ideas or solutions for things. Or you will be. The third card. 2 of Swords. You're going to be making a decision. You're in flux. Conflict. Conflict. Yeah. Conflict. Enigma. 2 of Swords. You gotta think with your heart. See, she's covering her heart, but you gotta think with her heart. Eventually her arms are gonna get tired and she's gonna take off that mask and make a decision. That's mostly what it's about. It's like your mind is like not making a decision on something. It's stuck. And the last card is the Nine of Cups. It's the wish card. Luck, win, plentiful. So basically, since that's your last card, things are looking up. You could have made a wish like for something to happen, and it's just starting to come to light, and things are looking up in your life. So you have a choice. You could either keep all the cards or swap out one for the wild card. What do you think, Looper? Wild card, okay. Which one would you like to take out? Judgment, the Six of Rods, the Two of Swords, or the Nine of Cups? Two of Swords, got it. It's out of here. Your new card is the Queen of Swords, sociable, chatty, shrewd, cutting. You are the ruler, the feminine ruler, so you're so chatty, but you're analytical. You are the stone cold fox of the queens. It's a good card. You rely on your brain, your wits to get about, and you feel pretty good. You're not the king, but you have a really high, you win them over with your regular smarts then. Yep. You used your brain to switch out the Two of Swords, so that showed something, you know. Okay, so Mac Daddy, you're next. Hey, CJ O'Connell. You're welcome, Looper. Is that true, Hugh Jars? A frog will never deny a smooch? It's kind of sweet. Jeff Costello, you're next. You're after Mac Daddy. Okay, Mac Daddy, Mac Daddy. 4 cards for Mac Daddy. CJ in the room. I haven't heard of a hot dog with Thousand Island dressing before, Mac Daddy. That's interesting. You're welcome, Jeff Costello. My name is spelled R-A-C-H-E-L, though. I'm not Jewish, but my parents like the name. It is Hebrew. Mac Daddy, Mac Daddy, Mac Daddy, Mac Daddy. Mac Daddy number 1. Mac Daddy number 2. Mac Daddy number 3. Mac Daddy number 4. And the wild card. All right, Mac Daddy. Ooh. The first card is the Emperor. Authority, patriarch. Seasoned, virtuoso. You are feeling like king of the castle. It's like you're running shit. People are coming to you because they see you as a ruler of things. Number 2, Ace of Cups. Feeling love, beginning, joy, feel an open heart, bliss, fun. You may have had an experience recently that opened up your heart space, maybe made you feel FI in a good way.
Hey, is somebody talking about Thousand Islands dressing?
Yes. Mac Daddy said that she has it with a hot dog.
And she wishes for a hot dog with Thousand Islands dressing right now?
I don't know.
Go ahead and do number 3.
Number 3. Ooh. Burden, oppression, 10 of Wands, weight, task, weary, baggage. Maybe some people have been like, you have some monkeys on your back.
That's what she needs. Remember, the first one is who she is. She's the authority, the emperor.
So maybe...
The second one is where she is. She's in a place of... What is card?
Joy and happiness and love.
Which Ace of Cups.
Mm-hmm.
And now this one is what she needs. She needs to suffer, according to the tarot.
Maybe take on some responsibility.
Yeah, maybe get off your lazy ass and do something useful.
Or that's what you think. And then the last card is healing, dormant, pause, wait, delay, quiet, rest.
That's
the
what you're gonna
Four
get.
of Swords.
That's what you're gonna get.
Because you're the king, because you're the emperor, the king of all kings, you need to take a rest. You need to pause and wait on some sort of decision or just like your life in general, because that's what the cards are saying. Now, would you like to switch out a card for a wild card?
And let me just interject here.
Sure.
Jeff Costello is correct. It's 2022. Men need to respect women. 2023, we can go back to disrespecting them. Okay? But 2022 has been set aside for that, so we need to respect them this year. Next year, all bets are off. Go ahead.
Will we still be wearing masks?
Only the women.
Oh!
In 2023,
that's
only
totally
women wear masks.
disrespectful.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so yeah, Mac Daddy, would you like a wild card? Or do you like your spread? Wild card, okay. Which card would you like to take out? You have the Emperor, the Ace of Cups, the 10 of Rods, and the 4 of Swords.
I like my spread like my frosting. Cream cheese.
Cream cheese frosting wins.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so I'm going to take out the 10 of Rods because even though it's saying that you need responsibility, I have a feeling that the wild card has something else in store
I think
for
the
you.
wild card says you need to tell responsibility to suck it.
Ooh, interesting. You got the Hierophant, institution, conventional,
More responsibility.
group. You have more. You're actually going to take on more responsibility.
You traded in some responsibility for even more responsibility.
Yeah. It's like, no, don't worry about this. That's not important. Worry about this. And then you'll find peace.
You gotta jump through hoops? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You gotta jump through hoops. Yeah. Okay. Jeff Costello is next.
Let's see what the tarot has to say for you, Jeff Costello.
I think it's easy to mistype as INFJ because NI is so general. So like I think people think of themselves in generalities. So when they, even if they don't take a test, right?
Everybody trusts their gut. And everybody thinks they can trust their gut.
Right, yes.
Regardless of whether they can or should.
Yes.
Dom should trust their gut about certain kinds of things.
Yes.
But it gets pitched to everybody as if you've got good intuition, then you're an NI Dom.
Yeah, which is untrue because, like, ESFJ moms have, like, motherly intuition, and ISFJs have that too. ISFJs have a motherly intuition.
Well, the thing that INFJs don't have good intuition about necessarily is what they want,
Mm-hmm.
it's like they have that same kind of FI problems that FI polar people have. So the word intuition is splashed around a lot. It's really properly only directed towards knowing about the external world.
Yeah.
But that's not how it's meant colloquially.
No. So a lot of people think that they're INFJ or get tested as INFJ because they believe in their intuition is correct, that they're intuitive.
Back to poop.
Okay, Jeff is next. Once you get along, the cognitive functions, you start with your dominant, your second, your third, you start to get weaker, the fourth, you start to get weaker, and then you travel over to the fifth, even more weaker, sixth, very weak, seventh, very weak, and eighth, you're prickly about. But I want to, Jeff Costello. 4 cards and a wild card for Jeff Costello. Ooh, this one popped out. Jeff Costello. Okay, Jeff Costello, number 1. You've got conflicts, the 5 of rods. You have too many cooks in the kitchen. Look at that. They're all trying to help out. They all want to help out, but it's making more of a mess than it is being helpful. But, like, honestly, with this card, just, like, keep at it and keep to yourself. Or you might be feeling a little bit conflicty, like you have to defend yourself, but, or like people are misunderstanding you, but, you don't have to fight. Number 2, the Empress, again, second time we're seeing this card. Fertility, motherhood, secure, beautiful harvest. So with number 2, you're sitting on this throne, comfy throne. You notice she's sitting on a pillow. Kind of feeling your feminine side. You're getting in tune with nature. Nature's important to you. Children are important to you. You might have gone grocery shopping lately and you bought yourself a lot of good food. Or went out to dinner and got good food. The third card is 5 of Swords. Stalemate, defeat, obstinance, fixed, stuck. It's like you were just in a battle and you've won, so you're like snickering at them, but everyone's so exhausted from fighting, they don't even know what they were fighting over. So you might be the 2 people walking away, like, oh, you just had all that conflict, like, I'm out. Or you could be the guy with the swords who is like, I had a conflict and I feel like I won over people. And the last card, The fourth card, Wheel of Fortune. We saw this also with Ruben. So luck may be changing. You might have had all this conflict, even though you're feeling like the queen on the throne, and losing some battles. You might be coming over the hump. Now, would you like the wild card? No towers yet. So you have conflict, the 5 of rods, the major arcana number 3, the Empress. You have the 5 of swords and the Wheel of Fortune. Thank you, Jeff Costello. Would you like the wild card, Jeff Costello? You get to take away one of the cards in your spread if you take the wild card. Wild card it is. Which card would you like to take out? The 5 of rods, the Empress, the 5 of swords, or the Wheel of Fortune? Or I could choose for you. The Empress you want to get rid of. Alright. Cool. You're not really feeling the feminine energy. So what takes over? The 4 of Pentacles. You are holding on to your preciousness.
You hoarding miser, you.
You might be holding things close to your heart, like the things that you bought you might really love, and like, stay away from my possessions, they're mine.
You know what I hold close to my heart? My rib cage.
Oh, you're welcome, Mac Daddy.
You need to peep dough. My mail isn't even working right now because of no space as usual. I'm assuming you're not referring to your snail mail? And my lungs. You got a good point there, Eliana. Those are 2 different things that I keep close to my heart.
Oh, yes.
My rib cage and my lungs.
Your lungs too, yes.
We had quite the persistent helicopter today, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
There was this helicopter that was hovering over our house for like 3 hours.
Almost as if it thought that we were like stealing the house or like squatters.
It had nothing to do with us at all, Rachel.
Oh. It just was so funny how it was like right over us.
That's and I run amok.
Yeah, that is.
It had absolutely nothing to do with us.
It had to do something with something.
There was something near us though that it
Yeah.
was looking at. I don't know what it was doing. But it was for a little while I thought, is this like a glitch in the Matrix thing? Because this thing is perfectly still. And then I saw it move a little bit. I was like, nah, it's just hovering in one place for no reason. And it wasn't the whole time directly over our house. At first it was a little bit that way.
Like over the mall.
Yeah. Then it was a little bit that way. Then for a long time it was like directly over our house.
Mm-hmm.
Mac Daddy says, Eric, I'm intrigued by the video where you talk about the capability of types to metacognate based on slot function. I don't understand it yet, but is it worth watching 10 times until you do? No, because I don't understand it either. I think it was Shuffler emailed me about that same video, I believe. And I was like, I don't even remember what I was thinking when I made that, and I don't really know. I was just sort of musing, speculatively. I call that kind of video speculative musing. Yes, it's a cascade of comprehension failures. I mean, basically, look, the idea of being able to metacognate about something is your ability to meaningfully think about how you pay attention in that fashion, right? So, by default, everything in your back slot is going to be subject to less overt metacognition than things in your front slot. But if you're heavily a mapping type, like an NE-DOM, NI-DOM, TI-DOM with NE, or like an FE-DOM with NI, it's like you got two communicative functions up on top, basically. Then you may be more enabled to work around that metacognitive deficit. I've noticed that TI polar can sometimes seem least able to work around that metacognitive deficit, but
once his mom found out why there was a helicopter. Host Eric, I found this in the news. LA County Arboretum in Arcadia closed after mother bear cubs spotted on grounds.
wow, that
Right?
must be it. That must be it.
Thank
Alex
you.
Jones is not an ENFP. Alex Jones is an ENFJ. I'm pretty sure. Possibly, conceivably an ESFP, but almost certainly an ENFJ.
Once you find out you're polar, it's like things make in life where you have trouble make so much sense.
Well, see, here's why that's a complicated matter, Mac Daddy. Seventh can only understand itself as an object. That's how FI polar plays out. We only understand ourselves as objects of FI. It happens to us, right? But it may be because FI is an object function. So I haven't figured out that part yet. I'm not sure if it's only an object for me, FI polar, because FI is an object function as is TI. Or if it's like if you have SE or NE polar, which are subject functions, do you still experience them only as an object? I don't know.
That's interesting. I wonder if that is true.
I've been well. I mean, he's quite successful at milking his target audience's bad NI. That seems very FETI to me. That's his expertise. Is fingering the pleasure holes of people with shitty NI. Finger my pleasure hole with conspiracy nonsense, please. Finger my pleasure hole. I argue with whoever the fuck I want. But I hopefully won't argue with anybody like that. That was a high intensity argument, Arguing with Asian people. That's the title, KP. Now you can channel search it yourself. That's what she's saying to you, really.
Yeah.
The other thing she's really saying is, God, will you stop bugging me about this? Huh. He is iconic.
He is iconic.
Yeah, money matters, actually. Money does matter. Money always matters to some extent. And you're talking to somebody who's acted as though it doesn't for a long time. But that's just because I'm a fool. A fool! I'm the captain of a ship of fools. And on all of my seamen are me. Speaking of seamen, this show we're watching called Future Man is really funny on Hulu. It's really quite good. Quite delightful, I must say.
Yeah, the acting's really good in it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily pointless to ask me questions about the subject. I have more musings on them, but they're not going to give you any definitive answers, probably. I suffered from PE all through middle school and high school.
Oh no.
I even suffered through it through elementary school. PE sucked ass.
PE sucked ass. I'm with you.
And it was a really ridiculous experience in retrospect. As an adult, I think back to it and I think, like, the whole middle school PE thing was just, I can't believe that's how they did things, Just take all the boys in the middle school, put them into the locker room, make them all strip naked and shower together under these showers that had, like, they're kind of on a pole that have like one sticking out like that. It's insane. You got all these 7th grade boys in there. Some of them into puberty, some of them not.
So embarrassing.
And it's just, oh my god.
I didn't change my clothes. I kept like gym clothes on if it was gym day.
They didn't let you not change.
Oh, wow.
When I was in middle school, everybody at the end of PE, when the first PE bell rang, had to go in, strip naked, shower together, soap up, and put on deodorant before they left. And the coach was like, check that shit,
So Jeff Costello, he says, Rachel, with SE inferior, I thought you would be more aspirational about doing sports. I played volleyball and was pretty good at it in middle school. I'm 5'2". I didn't keep on growing, so and I just didn't want to try out for any sports. Any sports I didn't want to try out for. I played soccer for a little while too. And I'm more aspirational. I think I can, you can teach me certain things about coordination with the sport, but it takes me a little while. And I'm just I don't know.
CJ says, I was so freaked out about having to shower with guys, but then we didn't have to do that because they let you, CJ, shower with the girls, which is pretty big privilege. That's why you never saw a single dong, except your own, getting rock hard.
That's so embarrassing too.
It's so embarrassing when you get an erection showering in the girls' locker room. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, some girls would definitely be like, get out!
Not with CJ. They were all like, oh, CJ, come in and
oh, yeah, that's true. It depends on who it is.
Shower with us, CJ. Here, let me soap you up this time.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
I wanted to go into the girls' locker room in high school so badly. It's like every time I walked past it, I'd just be like, oh, if I could just look in there, though. I just imagined this like paradise of just like titties and girls going, oh, you, and slapping each other's boobs and stuff, you know. But I never did go in there. It probably wasn't as exciting as I thought. Well, I was in high school.
It was like a bunch of girls who were like weird about changing in front of each other too, except for friends who have already changed in front of each other.
Right.
So like me and my like friends, we would be like.
Well, you know, it's like it wasn't really. It somehow wasn't as bad as it sounds. It's like because everybody just, but that's how it was, you know? It's like, I remember being nervous about it before I started 7th grade, but.
No, I'm sorry, Conference Pimp. There definitely were girls who were changing in front of her like nothing. Like you could tell the girls who knew each other for a long time, or who played sports, because they were used to like changing in front of each other.
Yes, Mac, Eric, we are no longer mad at David. We're just mad at Eric now. We're not reading the trust. We're not that mad at Eric. But we're a little chagrined. Maybe a lot chagrined. Maybe like as most chagrined as you can possibly be in a lifetime.
Me too.
But you know, what are you going to do? You, like I said, you can't, earlier in the stream, you cannot possibly be prepared for something that's only going to happen once in your lifetime. Erics need to read things. They do. They really need to read things.
It's true, but honestly, like, I understand where you were coming from. It sounded so negative. Like, why would you want to read something that was negative? That was supposedly negative?
Why are Erics so Eric-y all the time is an excellent question. Yeah, it's not an issue anymore. Everything's fine now. But see, my dad gave me, whatever. I should have known by now that there's no point in trying to intuit things from what my dad says. These dreams are amazing. It's like, thanks for letting me troll Eric, even though I'm not, but go ahead and think that. I don't think you're trolling, do I? I don't really take a position on matters like that, unless I have a good reason to. Yeah, well, was there a letter you missed? You know, I can only be so mad at myself, right? The last year or so of my dad's life was a pretty like oppressive time for me and Rachel and my dad too, I guess. You know, it was just that. Meant by whom? Meant by the typology gods? They are kind of clumsy. Yeah. 8th slot have a name? I've referred to it by a couple of different names. Your unconscious tool function, or I think he wanted me to be responsible, Jeff. I don't think he really wanted me to be dominant. Uh, I I was plenty dominant. One time I apologized to my dad for yelling at him after I yelled at him, and he said, "Well, that's just how you are. You always yell at people." I was like, "Thanks." He did not like it when I yelled at people, really. That's why he didn't want to take me to things a lot of times, because he thought I'd yell at people. And the thing is, I had periods in my life when I was very professionally successful, and I think he was more proud of me then. But by the very end of his life, he was very depressed. And as I said to Rachel in the car today, I think I'd be better off just excusing, forgiving, excising from my memory or my understanding of my dad the last couple of years. Because, once my mom got put in the nursing home, no, we're not going to be mad. That's what I'm covering right now. It's, I'm just going to give my dad a pass for everything the last couple of years. After he lost his wife, essentially, when she went into the nursing home, and when COVID happened too, it was like you lost your wife and now you can't see her at all. You probably should have had someone like Jordan Peterson to look up to when you were in your 20s. You probably should have had Mike Cock to look up to from birth until now. Oh, you did. That's right. You were born beneath my scrotum. You grew up there, nestled in its folds, climbing its hairs to build your strength of your little arms. I don't dislike Jordan Peterson. I just think he's terrible. I'm sure he's fine. Maybe hanging out with him, I'd like him a lot. He's just a terrible pundit, Well, too bad. You have to think about it now, because that's the subject of your thoughts. I want you to picture my throbbing purple member. Picture it. Picture it in your brain, over and over again as you're going to sleep tonight. And then, imagine as my scrotum folds cover your face. I don't know what the red pill stuff going on is, but if you mean like pickup artist shit and males asserting their dominance over women kind of stuff, not even remotely. Obviously, that's not my style at all. I am what you might call a sensitive Sammy. AKA women. Hey! Don't be so homophobic, Jeff Costello. You homophobe. Don't be so intolerant, okay? You need to tolerate my scrotum better.
Look how much the kitties.
Kitty is wonderful.
Yes.
You just be nice. You be nice. You're not. You weren't being homophobic, obviously. Obviously, okay? There's nothing homophobic about what you said. That's what made it funny when I said you were homophobic. You need to work on honing that sense of rhymes with tumor, but is a lot more funny. That's right, humor. Who's my favorite pundit? Me, of course. I'm the best pundit there is. Of course I smoke pole. What do you think? I'm intolerant?
Hey, Oliver Linehan.
He's been here a long time, Rachel.
Oh.
I can't believe you just noticed him.
I thought he left.
Oh, that's right. He did leave.
Has it been 30 minutes already?
And hey, Jeff Costello, you stop making false claims about my jokes being false claims, okay? Right now. Right this second.
It was me, Jeff Costello.
Someone farted at work. It's like when my dad asked me, well, who should I talk to about this? When I was trying to recommend him to take mushrooms for his depression. I said, well, me. I mean, I'm the one talking to you. I'm the one recommending this for you. Why wouldn't you talk to me about it? I'm the one who knows what it's like. I've done mushrooms more than any doctor you're going to be talking to, right? No one attacked your character. Chill the fuck out. Alright? Joking around, being a risible fellow, being a jolly and risible fellow like I am, involves a little bit of joking around, and you need to chill the fuck out. It's 4 words for you. I mean, there aren't any good red pill ideas. I think that there is a legitimate critique of some guys potentially being hamstrung by their own habits of affording too much power to women in their minds. But that's no, you be more sensitive to the environment. Okay? This is my environment. You acclimate to it appropriately. Instead of being a little meagity meow when I make a joke about you. That if I do think you're trolling, that's why. It's like, who would be so meagity meow about nothing? Yeah. You have to be a 15-year-old boy to look up to Jordan Peterson. A 15-year-old boy in search of a father figure. Well, Elon Musk doesn't say a whole hell of a lot. The thing is, who you look up to versus whose words impact your worldview are different questions. People sort of assume that if you let somebody else's words impact your worldview, that you look up to them. But I've never found that to be the case. I've never really looked up to anybody, as far as I can tell. The idea that you will never grow up until you have kids is indeed quite bullshit. Lots of people grow up too soon, and lots of people never grow up. What's an example of something JP said that I disagree with? Well, like his quote on transgender people. I mean, his tweet on transgender people that I guess got him banned from Twitter or something. It was just dumb, right? Number one question I have about that is, why do you care so much? How could you deem it as criminal in any sense of the word when this actress went to her doctor, said, can you make me an actor? And the doctor agreed. It couldn't be any more consensual than that. There's no crime being committed. Use words right, fucktard. You know?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever said I looked up to my dad. I said I respected him, by which I mean in the FE sense. I afforded him the appropriate amount of respect.
The only thing that I like about Elon Musk is when he was Wario on that SNL skit. That was it. Other than that, I can't trust him as far as I can throw him. For some reason.
Who, Musk?
Yeah, I don't. There's something like that I just don't trust.
I agree with Kojitsu. Why put anyone on pedestals anyway? Elon Musk is just some guy. You can all be some guy too.
Yeah.
But it's also the case that we can all get a little bit fanboyish when we encounter somebody who's got a lot of fame or pop or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's understandable because it's a rare occurrence in our life to like encounter a celebrity or something. But I can't think of who I would be. What's the word? Starstruck by, really. I remember feeling kind of starstruck when Frank James came and gave me $20 after he got big. I didn't feel starstruck before he got big. I engaged with him prior to that too.
You know what? I was thinking about being starstruck lately, and I was starstruck once when this drag queen picked me out of a crowd. Like I totally my Effie was so off. Like I was like, what? 'Cause I wasn't expecting it, and I think drag queens are way more flamboyant than me. So I didn't know how to do witty banter.
Well, Jeff Costello, you need to reevaluate your understanding of the word definitely.
Yeah. He's not an INTP or an INFP.
Nor is he an ISTJ.
No way is he an ISTJ.
What are Eric's like as children? There's a lot of, hey, listen to me. I've got more jokes to make. More observations. More questions. Just super Eric-y. And then, but I also spent a lot of time alone as a kid, too. Not like I was lonely, but that whenever I wasn't, my parents, my parents came home later from school than I did, and they left for work before I left the house, pretty early on. I was responsible to get myself to school and back, I don't think that's a meaningful status. Who's the most introverted of the extroverts? It's not a meaningful status because introverted and extroverted aren't representative of anything other than whether you have an extroverted or an introverted function in the first slot. So if you're saying what's trying to be said there is those two extroverts are the most introverted in a colloquial sense, but then you're just equivocating, changing the definition of the word partway through. Oliver Linehan, that's another. Your question is another way of saying what I just said. Oh, look at the kitty, man. He's got such luscious red lips. You just want to kiss him right on the lips. How to know if you're thinking versus feeling? I know we use both in our lives. I can't seem to pin it down. You're not thinking versus feeling. You have a specific pair of cognitive functions as your dominant and tool function, and everything else is the implication thereof. So you are either, you have either a thinking or a feeling function in your first two slots. But being a thinker or a feeler is not a meaningful distinction. I'm a rationalist, which is to say, I'm by default going to evaluate things on a disinterested calculus. And if I'm not doing that, something's going wrong. But, you know, if I'm making calculated decisions based on a disinterested calculus, then I'm also not considering what's important to me very much. So there's going to be problems no matter what, you know? And there's going to be solutions no matter what. Well, Hugh Jarse says he seems to be this. That's good enough for me. If a Hugh Jarse tells me something seems to be something, I don't need any further explanation. OP isn't CSJ though. CSJ is CSJ and Dave's Superpowers is OP. No, you're not voicing other perspectives. You're just being wrong. Wrongness is an other perspective, but I don't view it as I need to be informed by other people's perspectives. I view it as I've been slogging in this swamp for a long ass fucking time now, and no, sorry, doesn't work like that.
Yeah, like FJ is so effy that he continues to make videos like the types as this because he knows that a majority of people like those videos. Whereas like
Because if you want to be successful, you gotta pitch poo to the idiots.
yeah, even though an INFJ is not that like great with routine. Like yes, like people, places, things they can be routine with, but like with the ideas and being creative, they like to like change it up. But his FE knows that people like the 16 types as dads.
I want you guys to tell me what your secret powers are.
Yeah, what are your secret powers, guys?
My secret power is laser eyes. No,
Ooh.
that's not really a secret power. What's your real secret power? Turns out mine is kindness.
Yes. Mine is being
Making people underestimate you.
making people underestimate me. He's pretty INFJ. I mean, have you ever seen those videos where he's like on the brink of crying? Those like beta quadra eyes. And he's like always like upset himself if he makes an effing mistake.
He's smooth as velvety leather.
And he doesn't do live streams anymore because he gets it's just him, so he gets like overwhelmed by the amount of people because he wants to talk to them.
He doesn't want people to feel like they're not getting their due attention.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got people giving him probably large amounts of money.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, that deserves some attention.
Yeah.
I bypass that by being just enough of an asshole to keep the majority of people away.
He doesn't know how to keep the people away.
That's my secret power, maybe, is being an asshole. Well, that's not a secret, Eric. We all know that power. Just about anybody would say to that. So what do people say their secret powers are? Has anybody announced their secret power yet?
I'm so happy to hear that, Ruben R. No homo, but I love him romantically. That's sweet. All right, so what are your secret powers? Oliver Linehan says, my actual secret power is the ability to simultaneously be a good listener and while pretending to be oblivious, LOL. That's a good secret power.
When people say things around you thinking you're not listening, and you hear them with your listening ears.
Astafast says Dave's secret powers.
Your secret power is Dave's superpowers?
Ruben R says possible secret power, providing the wrong answer to a riddle but still being technically correct. My dream is to hang out with FJ, me and Eric and FJ, and jam out some Beatles songs. He's a big Beatle fan.
Who is?
FJ.
Who's FJ?
Frank James.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying something I thought you were reading something.
No,
You were
sorry.
saying that yourself.
That was
That
yeah.
was you saying that.
Yeah, like
Sure.
I think that would be fun.
That would be fun.
CJ O'Connell says, my secret power is being cute, teehee, emoji face.
You're very likable, you know. But then as soon as it starts to come with any responsibilities, you don't like that. I know that feeling. I like being likable, but I don't like it. I don't like the responsibilities that come with being liked. I want to be liked, but I want to pick and choose certain things from that bag, and you can't really do that. Trying not to talk to famous people since they think they're high and mighty. Well, how many famous people have you talked to? It's a very SI question, you know. Do you actually have experience talking to famous people? Which famous people have I talked to? Never really talked to any famous people.
I haven't talked to any famous people either.
Closest that would come would be Mikey Mike. I interviewed him one time. He's kind of famous.
Who's Mikey Mike?
Not that famous, obviously. He's a rapper guy.
Oh yeah,
Musician,
that's
rapper
cool.
guy.
That is cool.
He's had a couple of mediumly successful-ish songs, I guess. It's like, okay, let's not get too crazy here. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. What happened to the hot INTP that used to show up on your channel? He married his girlfriend and they had a baby in Kentucky. I don't know what he's up to now. Occasionally he stops by. Oh, he did recently to offer his condolences, actually.
That's nice.
Back in 2014, he met Mario Lopez, and he seems pretty cool despite how busy he was, and he wasn't too accommodating, to say the least. Well, I interviewed him. There's a video on my channel. You did keep the U in there, but you were probably just trying to spell lucky. Well, thanks, Winston's mom. But I'm not actually famous, though. Nobody ever recognizes me. It's
It will happen.
ZACH. I have. Oh, you're talking about whoever said the spectacles thing, Boba Fett. You're talking about Spacey. Spacey has glasses. Zach didn't have glasses.
He has a girlfriend too, though.
Yeah. If you take off your hat and cut your beard, I would ask you for any autograph. And I would sign it, Pedro Martinez.
That's a great one. That's a great one to sign.
Mm-hmm. Famous Boston Red Sox pitcher? Yeah.
Pedro Martinez, bringing it back.
And now he's a commentator for baseball games.
Good for him.
Yeah.
He always seemed to have a nice disposition, Pedro Martinez.
Zachary didn't. Oh, Kitty, what are you dreaming about? He's still now. He was twitching, and his lips were twitching too. Maybe he was making out with another cat.
Maybe.
Oliver Stone's not cool. Oliver Stone's a dork. Let's not be dishonest about that.
Oliver Stone. What did he direct?
JFK. And some horrible movie about Richard Nixon, I think.
Oh.
And he's N.I. run amok. I don't know what type he is, but. Chatting it up with Jake Forrest. All right. Oliver Stone directed The 4th of July, Platoon, JFK, Nixon. Platoon was a good film, but brutal to watch. It scarred me when I saw it. And it requires a little bit of SE, but not that much.
True.
All you gotta do is poke for a little while and not pull out. I think I'd like to play the guitar.
Okay.
You like to change seats with me?
Yeah.
Because otherwise the guitar neck
Okay.
will poke into you. I mean, the vast majority of Frank James's content has nothing to do with his past experiences.
No.
Can I see that mouse? Thanks.
You're welcome.
Who did the SEX? Somebody bad, I guess. When bad people do things, it's probably the SEX.
BRB.
She's gonna BRB. On the other hand, I'm not gonna BRB. I'm gonna SRH. Stay right here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna SRH. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! That was wonderful, wonderful kitty. I hope you enjoyed it. I played it with my fingers. You never reach for him. America should have been this way since 1776. Which way? You mean the anal sex way? That's not sanitary, Jeff Costello. That's unsanitary. Yeah, that's trouble all sprawled out. Wow. That was like pulling the tablecloth from the underneath the plates on the restaurant table there. Oh, come on. Pulp Fiction's a good movie. You gotta like Pulp Fiction. Jeff Costello, you gotta be trolling now. Abortion should be mandatory in all states for all people. Who's with me? When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to you, but I lost my sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm walking to you. Well, sure you don't think religion should be banned. I mean, come on. That's got to be a joke position, right? How are you going to enforce that? Anytime you see somebody with their hands together, you got to make sure there's another actual person there that they're begging. Otherwise, prayer, you're going to jail. Yes. I'm both anti-life and anti-choice. I support mandatory abortions for everybody. Why do you have taco hands? Yeah, I think Tarantino's an ENFP probably. Might be an interview. But I don't think these movies are, some of them are better than others. Foxy Brown was pretty slow. Okay, well, when you say religion should be banned, what you are making is called an advocacy. It's not a brief or a value. You're making a normative statement or a prescriptive statement, one of the two, indicating how the status quo should be changed. That's called an advocacy. Or an affirmation, which implies that you wish to change the status quo and are asserting such that others might agree with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a cut to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. When the hire is firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the word that thought. Back and his visions piled up, but his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And mine is back on the business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people worked out his name. And ever more clearly now, he won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he dropped time in the interview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. It's called Jackie Brown. My bad. I misnamed it, and I should be scolded for that. You misnamed it, mister. You correct yourself right now. Hi, Hambone. How are you? You are a ham bone if I've ever seen one. This is a fine enough guitar, I guess. It's a Parkwood. I picked up at a yard sale for $120. I got it because it had good intonation, which is not that common on cheap guitars, and it projected well. But it's only a 3/4 guitar, which means it's a little. Why do you call it bright? I was gonna say it's a little tinny, Yeah, it does have a bright sound, but for recording, it's not really what I'd like to have as my guitar sound. I EQ out a lot of that brightness usually, because otherwise it cuts into the vocals too much. In the frequency range department. Welcome to the frequency range department, where everything frequently occurs. Drinking champagne off my feet is your fantasy. But I appreciate your observations that show that your ear does not deceive thee. It does project well, and it is bright. You know, it's a matter of, are you playing it for like a live audience or something? Then this is not a bad guitar. It's got consistent action all the way down. This is the thing you gotta look for on an acoustic guitar. You don't want the action to be low up here and higher up here. And check the intonation. Now, since I got it, it seems like the intonation's gone a little bit imperfect, but it's still pretty close. Yeah, I think so. Get a Lethier. What's a Lethier? I don't know what that is. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of hell and bones. And that satchel, now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 How many bottles of rum did I drink tonight? 0 bottles of rum. Winston's mom, thank you for saying the nice things you said about my playing tonight. I appreciate it. And what you said specifically was, you are a wonderful, wonderful voice tonight, host Eric. Thank you. I do feel like I'm singing well. This middle finger on mine. We got like 16 trick-or-treaters. That's pretty good. I didn't count them, but I'm just guesstimating. Show Media, I really did enjoy your Halloween video, by the way. Your host Eric gets scared. There's another video that I have on my channel. I believe it's entitled Delilah scares the fuck out of Eric, maybe? Something like that. Let me see if I can find it. No. I'm not searching the right place. Search YouTube, Eric, your own channel, not Google. That won't help. Delilah scares. Where is it? There's not. None of these things even have Delilah in them. Only one of them does. What is going on here? Oh, Delilah startles, maybe. Yeah, here it is. Delilah startles the fuck out of host Eric.
Buenas tardes. Mi amor es Puerto Rico. Not impressed. Heck does not know what's going on. I don't know. Yeah. Last part, but no. I was just this close to being done. Like the screen kept. Oh yeah. I don't know. Let's talk about something. Ah! You fucking started the fuck out of me, dude. Ah! You fucking started the fuck out of me, dude.
Your phone's ringing.
Who is it?
I don't know, I think your phone's ringing.
Ah! You fucking started the fuck. Let's talk about something.
So this is timestamp share. It's already 2:43. Alright, I'm going to share this link so that everybody can see Delilah startle the F out of me 6 years ago. I'm sure the video is not very good, but maybe it's okay. There it is. Timestamped and everything. All ready to go for you to see. Yeah, this is from 6 years ago when there's another instance when I got startled like that. I wanted to share it. I was inspired to by Show Media's very fine rendering of me getting startled by Rachel. But I kept, you know what I thought at the end of that was I wanted to see what happened. You know how you cut two pieces together? Like one piece that showed her sneaking up on me and the other piece of me being startled was from like another instance or whatever. I wanted to see the end of that first piece where she's sneaking up on me.
Can I have my phone?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Would you like to sing Cloudy Day with me before you go into there?
Sure. Yes.
If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Alright, and then
And then I'll be
you go on in there, and then I'm going to probably stop playing the guitar because my middle finger hurts.
Mm-hmm.
hope it gets back to full strength at some point.
I
Or
do too.
either that or I need to get it easier to play guitar. This is not a very easy to play guitar. It requires a lot of finger strength, pushing down strength. Right, cloudy day.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to stop your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be super goddamn noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Would someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. That was nice.
That was nice. Thanks for singing it with me.
I'll BRB.
Take your time. Do what you want.
Okay. I just have to poop.
You do that. You poop your little butt off. If you haven't wrestled any bears, nor jumped into any rivers, I mean, I always realized it. It was just a matter of... Thanks, Winston's mom. It was just a matter of whether I had the resolve and clarity about that to stop drinking. I'm assuming that's what you mean by the hooch. If you mean, when did I realize I had a problem with the film Turner and Hooch? Well, I've never even seen that film. I don't think. I may have seen it, but maybe I haven't. I'm no Putin. You're right. I'm no Putin. And you're not just tootin' when you tell me that. Oh yeah, it's true. Just dropping by to say nothing makes me happier than seeing Eric with his guitar. Wow, it's nice of you to say. Is it because you think, oh, that's sweet, that old man has something fun to do? Maybe it was so bad you blocked it out of your mind. I mean Turner and Hooch? Rachel's pooping, yes she is. Pooping and texting on her phone. I mean chatting, not texting. Chatting, not texting. Chatting, not texting at all. Hooch dies at the end? Soon enough. I don't know. Not today. Not never. Somewhere between right now and never. But not never. Well, that's implied by between, I guess. I don't really need to say that. I was just being redundant, wasn't I? I was being as redundant as redundancy redundantly redundanted. Oh well, I mean you can't tune away for a second, or you might miss the game deciding goal. It's like soccer in that regard. I have to be dragged into doing something like that. Like what? It's my best song, so if you think if it's your favorite of my songs, you have correct taste. Well, I guess I won't be able to hit higher notes. Higher than what? Higher than the notes I'm currently hitting? Or are you trying to say that I struggled in hitting high notes? Oh, I sung that pretty well. Good enough for government work. The problem with having correct taste is you have to accept the shittiness of your other things. Well, thanks, Jeff. I'd love to hear that. But just from a songwriting perspective as well, it's my best song, I think it's fair to say. I have other songs of mine that I like. Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty is a pretty damn good song too. That's not out of the running. It's a fine song. Thanks, Jeff. I guess I'm doomed to write nothing but bad songs, huh? I'm doomed to failure by my cognitive function stack. You get the wrong idea, though. The truth is, you need to have good NI to write a good song. FI doesn't really come into it at all. There are occasions when FI comes out to help contribute to a good song. Like, that song called My Share of Shame. That was an FI driven songwriting. Ultimately, that tragic feeling when you have correct taste but are terrible at living. You don't need the life on that one. I think just drop the life. There needs to be a well, it doesn't have to be a gay, feely song. It could just be like, when I wrote My Share of Shame was after a big fight. It was very like inspired by the emotions or something, and it turned out to be a pretty good song. But that's an exception, you know. That's not how most of my songwriting gets accomplished. It's less funny though. You lose funniness points for that increased finality. I don't think it's a good exchange. I think you're trading nickels for dimes. I mean dimes for nickels. I got it backwards. No, I got you. You don't mean gay than homo. You mean gay like queer, by which you mean unusual. It's an amazing, amazing word. Yeah. I too am cursed with correct taste. Thanks, Mac Daddy. I'm pleased to hear it. That is what I'm going for. At this age, all I'm going for, I'm no longer going for rockin'. I'm just going for pleasant. Bland is fine. You can paint me any color as long as it's a shade of beige. Paint me any color as long as it's beige. Some shade of beige. Is a good, safe way to both empower the other person and get what you want. Where is my lighter? Why am I constantly losing things? Here it is. And just as quickly was the lighter found. But before everybody could die, the lighter was found. We'll just have to carry on living a little bit longer, everybody said. Everybody said that? Everybody. Everybody said is a good way to end a sentence in general. You get that looked at, everybody said. And then somebody will ask you, who's everybody? And you just be like, who's not everybody? Nobody. That's true, right? Who's everybody? Who's not everybody? Nobody. That's a true sequence of sentences. You can take those to the bank and turn them in to currency. For an exchange rate of 4 to 1. Four of those equals $1. But I don't have any of those. Yeah. Alright, the thing finally came out. That's what that is. Got it, right. Cool. Gotcha. Eric, you look funny with this long sleeve shirt on and short pants. And socks and flip flops. Yeah, I do look kind of funny. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. I'm kind of funny looking in this outfit. And I don't blame you if your eyes are offended. But what are you going to do? Sometimes in life, your top half is cold, but your bottom half is fine. That's how it is for me tonight. My legs are a little chilly out here, but not too bad, you know. But if I had a short sleeve shirt on I'd be cold. That's the difference between legs and arms, you know? Legs, they're tougher than arms. Your legs can put up with more cold than your arms can. I think we can all agree on that. That's where we should begin a Mideast peace process. First of all, let's agree that arms can put up with less coldness than legs. Once we agree on that, we can move on to more complicated matters. Like, why are you taking their land? And why are you blowing them up? Oh, that's right, because they took your land. Listen, you guys over there, stop it right now. I'm serious. Stop all this fussing and fighting you guys got going on in the Middle East. With your guns and your bombs and your meows and your meows. With your guns and your bombs and your bombs and your guns, we are bombing and gunning everybody. It's in your head, in your head. Was I, for a moment there, you thought, is that Cranberries lady alive again? For a moment, that's what you were all saying. Everybody said that. Everybody said, is that Cranberries lady alive again? The answer was no. Everybody said, "Aww." Like that. That's what everybody said. Okay? If everybody said it, it's got to be true. You know what song I think might have pretty good lyrics, though I haven't actually looked at them, but I had this thought the other day when I was kind of half listening to it, is that song, Everybody Rules the World. That famous 80s songs, you know? Well, I can talk to myself all day like it's nobody's business. I don't need there to be an insane asylum or a straitjacket. As you can see, I do just fine talking to myself in the comfort of my own home. The helicopters, they're here again. These helicopters are, well, those helicopters are smelly copters. You know why? 'Cause they stink! Let's revive Dancing Party Dance. I mean, I agree. We should. Thanks, Rubenar. I appreciate your fashion sense. Do INFPs cry a lot? No, says Alec T, a tear rolling down his face. Eric, what do you have to say about pantheism? That it's the belief in multiple gods? Leg hair is good protection during cold weather. But you know what? How much protection does this little amount of hair really provide, I wonder? I mean, it's more than no hair. But it's not like this cat's got so much more hair than I do. Why are the helicopters back? God is the world? So Earth is God? So every time I litter, I'm littering on God? Uh-oh. Does that make him mad? Nothing makes God more angry than littering. Isn't T-Jump an atheist? AKA a surface level thinker. Surface level? That person's gonna be offended. Who was hot way back when? You mean the tangerine singer? Cranberry singer? I should have starred in The Mouth of Madness along with Titanic and Lion King as Scar. I would not mind playing the role of Scar. I'm going to get you and your little kitties too. Meow, meow. Seeing the leg is too much information. Yeah, well, this is a pretty provocative camera view as well. It's a little crotch forward, you might say.
Crouch forward.
Yeah, a little crotch forward. Oh my goodness. I heard that one scene in Goodfellas and they're on coke. Yeah, well, except I don't think that these helicopters that are circling around us so much today here in Arcadia have anything to do with this. You can see it right there.
Yeah. I wonder if the bears are back.
Oh yeah, it's the bears. I forgot. We already had an answer to this. It's probably the bears. Why we need helicopters to look at bears?
Exactly.
It's so Bear Patrol.
Probably
from the
made him
Simpsons,
even
yeah.
more scared, those poor bears.
Just leave them alone and they'll go away. And for all this helicopter action, they better have mauled some people. You know?
Yeah.
If they didn't maul anybody, this is too much helicopter action. Who says Karen a lot?
Yeah, who says Karen a lot?
Crotch Forward could be a band name or a song title, I agree.
Crouch forward. Could be just lifestyle.
Who here knows what those kinds of trucks that have two wheels for each of the back wheels, but just one wheel for each of the front wheels? Who knows what those kind of trucks are called? Does anybody here know what those are called? Fly Guy knows. Did anybody else know? Fly Guy, do you listen to country music? We pointed out one to Rachel today, and I said, "Do you know what this is called?" And she didn't know what it was called. And I know what it's called, but I just learned just a few years ago what it was called. I had never known what it was before that. And I said a good song lyric would be "Stuck behind a dually on Highway 99." You know, like for a country song.
Who uses Karen a lot? Who's the person that says Karen a lot? Oh, Henry Hill in Goodfellas. Yeah, he does the Karen.
Yeah, he does. He does say Karen a lot.
I wonder, like, if anyone's ever counted how many times he says Karen. You can make a drinking game out of it.
If you're so sick of materialism espoused by modern atheism, Hugh Jarvis, maybe you're paying too much attention to modern atheism, eh? Let's pray
That's
on
something
that.
to think about.
Dear God, how much attention should I pay to idiots arguing on the internet about theism? 0. Thanks for the answer. Oh, you used to be an atheist? Well, I guess I did too.
Me 3.
But I was never very committed to atheism, you know?
Who said agnostic?
Yeah. Go to a socialist country like Venezuela, Cuba, and Zwa. What's Zwa?
Yeah. I suppose in not a super long time, I'll probably wrap up this stream. I'm imagining myself perhaps taking a bath in the bathtub, submersing myself in the waters of cleansing, cured his depression by having lots of sex. That's funny.
Oh. The stupid INTPs exist. Well, I'm sure plenty of INTPs exist who would affirm stupid statements. But to answer your question in a more straightforward fashion, no. Unless they've incurred some kind of brain damage and or head injury, that kind of thing. Railroad spike through the skull, in which case, then maybe. You're not going to take relationships seriously if you have lots of sex. Well, I guess that tracks for me, as I never really had a lot of sex, and I take relationships very seriously. However, that may just be because nobody wanted to have sex with me. Not sure. Does it still count? On the other hand, probably most chicks, they end up having more sex with more people than they ultimately wish had been the case or something. Well, it's only an issue of integrity if you are currently in a relationship. Depends what you mean by smart, Hugh Jarvis. But to answer your question in a more straightforward fashion, no, not really.
I find that they're good at counting money.
They may be very good at
math?
making money too. Some of them is very good at it. Don't you really want what you pretend not to want? What do I pretend not to want?
Yeah, what do you pretend not to want?
Pretty much, if I want something, I just throw little tantrums till I get it. If I don't want something, I'll throw tantrum if you try to give it to me. And other than that, I don't know why I would pretend not to want something. I don't think my emotions is that complicated. Look, the thing is, as we conventionally, colloquially understand the words smart and dumb, we basically mean articulate and incisive in their reasoning. Then the answer is no. ESFPs are not that. They're not articulate and incisive in their reasoning. INTPs are that. You know, if that's what you mean by smart and dumb, then fine. But I agree with Oliver that those terms are not good terms to use because they're so loaded. You know.
Like my ESFP roommate V, she was like conventionally smart in math.
Right, I mean, you could do well in classes or something, you know.
Yeah.
It really depends what you mean, but if we're going to use the most colloquial definition of smart is articulate and incisive in their observations and or reasoning, then yeah, I mean, NTPs are going to come across as smart to most people, and ESFPs are not.
Thanks, Bufo. A lot of we talk to each other in a southern accent. We talk to each other in accents sometimes.
Yeah, we do. Well, I mean, that's what it means colloquially. But it additionally involves a component of expression, right? You've got to express yourself in an articulate fashion if you're going to be perceived as intelligent by other people. If you're just talking about some quality independent of people's perceptions, well, it doesn't exist, right? There's no generalized intelligence that exists outside of people's perceptions, either self-concept or other people's perceptions, you know?
That's funny, Bufo. Yeah, we do like when we're trying to decide something, and then usually it like rolls off into like something totally not on topic.
Bufo. Butt foam. Bufo is short for butt foam, which is a kind of foam that molds to your butt cheeks so that you can look like you've got a bigger butt. Y'all stop saying my name. Y'all stop having it then. You want me to stop saying it? You better stop having it.
Ooh, Fancy Pants back.
You just got sassed. You just got sassed.
You got test.
You're gonna have to drink a glass of sass. Miggity meow. That's right. I just stuck the P in the peow.
Oh.
Bufo is a powerful and potent psychedelic that comes from the Colorado river toad. What's Peregrinus? Dale gas. Dale gas means give it gas in Mexican.
Dale gas.
I don't know who the T-Jump person is. Would I want to? Probably not particularly, but would I? Yeah, sure. It would be worthwhile as a collaborative endeavor, I'm sure. If the person is fairly famous, is enough for you guys to be talking about him so much, then sure. Booba boobo, booba boobo, Eurasian eagle owl. Bufotoxins are a family of toxic steroids.
You gave me bufonite, which was like a stone.
Did I?
Yeah.
Hey, you say they're a family of toxic steroids, but I say they're still a family. Okay? And that means something. Rachel comes from a family of toxic steroids as well.
Yeah. It's a good way of putting it. I by accident sent a package, like put an order in, and had the package sent to for the Franklin Square office address, yeah. And I'm like, I'm not gonna be seeing that package.
Oh well, the beat goes on.
Oh well, the beat goes on.
Do you want a ranch, Mac Daddy? You can have a ranch. Alright, come on, yeah. Come on down
Yeah.
and visit us for sure. What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
It sounded like thunder.
Oh.
And I'm not talking about that little Chinese girl in Shanghai who named herself Thunder. She wasn't that little. She was like 14 or something. But you know, it's still a child.
Look, Hambone's gonna be in Southern California for Thanksgiving, and I'd love to pay a visit. That'd be great.
Yeah, I thought we'd already addressed it. Yes, we want that to happen.
I didn't know that.
Maybe I wasn't clear as to what I was talking about. Will you guys stop making me make more moderators? Mac Daddy, see what you did? I hate that shit. Then you start the cascade of now everybody should be a moderator now. Now I take off your moderator because it makes me mad that happened. Do you see how much trouble moderation causes? Ruben should be a moderator. Yes, they should all be moderators. Hugh Jarvis should be a moderator. Well, we're just going to add no moderators today. How about that?
Yeah, no moderators.
No moderation adding. I'm going to be immoderate in my lack of moderates.
It makes it more colorful too when not everyone's a moderator.
Yeah. Exactly. The adding of moderators needs to be done in moderation.
Yes, exactly, Ruben R.
Well, I'm glad you didn't actually want to be a moderator. So, I want to get this straight, Hugh Jars. I saw your comment earlier where you said Eric thinks you're trolling because your things you're saying are not rational. Do you think he's not trolling and is just irrational when he was saying those things? Or what? Because you were correct that when something is too irrational or ridiculous sounding, like religion should be banned, you know, I assume somebody must be trolling, just trying to be provocative. But do you think that he wasn't trying to be provocative, but was just clumsy in executing his discourse? Or what?
Hugh Jar says, yeah, he's an ESFP.
So he was not expressing himself to try to be provocative, but just genuinely expressing how he feels about things, and that's how it came out? That's what you think? I wonder. I don't know what the answer is.
Hugh Jar says it's what T.I. Puller does to you.
So it was doing it to me. You think he was provoking? Or you're saying my reaction is natural, but the natural reaction to T.I. Puller. Which of the two do you mean? There's something going on up in that tree over there. Oh, you know what that thing I heard that I thought was thunder was? It was the marching band of the high school.
Oh.
No, it's too late for that. It couldn't have been. I just heard it again over there.
So maybe there is thunder.
But it's midnight almost. It couldn't be thunder. I don't know what it was. It sounded like, when I heard it right now, I thought, oh, that must be the drums from the marching band. Because it might be, it's Friday night, you know, but it's too late for that.
But why couldn't it be thunder?
Oh, you did say rain was coming.
Yeah, on Monday they say it's gonna rain. Maybe tonight too. I don't know.
Why did I walk over there?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Oh, I know why. I wanted to get a flashlight to see what was going on up in that tree.
Oh yeah.
But it's no longer going on, whatever was going on. There was some animal rustling at the top of that tree. And I was like, whoa, what's that?
Jeff Costello says it sucks having TI Polar though.
I'm sure it does. It sucks having FI Polar too, actually. I mean,
Most Polar. I mean,
everybody's
what is-
polar sucks.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it sucks being attentively crippled in one area, but it's a necessary consequence of prioritizing a way of being, which is necessary in the same way that having a dominant hand is necessary.
Cause like it sucks being TE Polar too. Like, I miss a lot of the details, you know, and like menial tasks that seem simple, like paperwork, is very overwhelming for me.
It's an order of operations problem.
Yeah.
If you're TE polar, you're crippled about order of operations. If you're FI polar, you're crippled about knowing what you want and what's important to you. If you're FE polar, you're crippled about knowing how your behavior is going to be reacted to by other people. If you're TI polar, you're crippled about expressing rationalizations and stuff. If you're NE polar, you're crippled about coming up with random shit. If you're NI polar, you're crippled about what stuff means. And if you're SE polar, you're crippled about getting shit done. And if you're SI polar, you're crippled about your own history and your own past and keeping track of your experiences. And it all sucks. There's no good polars to have, you know. FI polar feels like a good polar sometimes, but not when it bites you in the ass.
Yeah.
Then it feels like a terrible polar to have. You know, they call it the place of least resistance for good cause. Socionics has picked a good name for that. It's where people can get you. They can defeat you there. If they want to defeat you. And believe me, everybody's constantly trying to defeat you. No, not everybody's constantly trying to defeat you. Only sometimes are people constantly trying to defeat you. Thanks, CJ O'Connell. That wasn't good TE, that was good NI. FI doms aren't necessarily selfish. I'm asking you if you were saying that it sucks having TI polar.
You're not alone. Hey, Adrian B.
Hi, Adrian B.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, it is good to see you. It would have been great to see Adrian A, but we'll take Adrian B.
Oh, Eric, you're so funny.
Thanks, Rachel. Remember the key to life? Sir J shouted over the engine. Always act like you deserve to be here. Yeah. Well, that's why you got two cheeks guarding the door. Yeah, eventually the C shows up. Just we might as well just stop streaming.
I like that there's two cheeks guarding the
door.
The door, yeah. It's important.
The door to Stink Town. You got two cheeks guarding the door to Stink Town. Oh, right, I was going to pull a bowl. That's what I was going
Oh, can I as well?
Yes. Eric's position on CJ's type is very high likelihood ENTP. But I've never actually typed him. So it's just a position that's tentative, you know. It's not
actually being typed.
It's not really, I can't really go, that is his type.
It's really hard to type over chat.
Well, I've engaged with CJ more than just that.
Yeah, that's true.
But I still have never actually typed him. Sensory ethical extroverts are ESFPs.
That's just what Jeff Costello, okay, so generally ESFPs exhibit chaotic lifestyles. I feel like socionics is being a little tough there. If that's where you're getting your information.
Fabians are all iron type guys. When called upon to use introvert thinking, you trickster. It can be exhausting to you. Are you talking about me? By trickster, you mean what?
Yeah, that's not socionics.
I don't know what that is.
I don't
Fourth slot?
either.
Eighth slot? Fourth? Seventh? I don't know.
Oh, trickster equals 7.
Do you think I'm TI polar? Well,
You haven't seen enough of him arguing.
You don't right now. I'm not doing typings right now, but I will resume pretty soon. I've just got a lot of adulting stuff going on, and I'm getting back into the swing of things probably here, you know. You'll probably see more in the next couple of weeks, and then pretty soon. The archetypal thrust of the trickster's restless energy is to resist having to do things the way others think is right. That doesn't make much sense. What makes you think that analyzing and categorizing impersonal data according to mapped out logical principles feels overwhelming or pointless to me? I'm a debate coach, for God's sakes. right?
Yeah.
I taught conditional logic to students in school.
Yeah, conditional logic. You can't get more TI than that.
Oh, he's not referring to me. Never mind. My mistake. I thought he was. I wasn't sure.
I think he's just talking about himself. Because I think he thinks he's an
Oh,
ESFP.
I'm not sure.
Do you think you're an ESFP, Jeff?
Which is familiar. Isn't that a black cat? Oh, I see. Okay, fine, Alec T. My mistake. He's not talking to me.
Oh.
You know, when you say you here, I tend to think you're talking to me.
Sometimes it is, yeah.
It often gets me in trouble. I'm not talking to you, Eric. So somebody will frequently say. And I'll go, oh, my bad. Sorry I got all mad at you and called you. You know, whatever horrible name I called them.
I've been thinking that too, Oliver Linehan. Eric should resume typing with a specialist CJ O'Connell sesh. Well, I don't know about resuming, but I think that this should be one.
I was Derek is an ESFP and Rachel's an ISTJ. Confirmed. Okay, good. I'm glad you've confirmed it. It had been established, but now it's additionally been confirmed. Good.
I remember like ISTJ Cameron talking about something that was like badass and actually like sounded badass, and I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, like that's so like not in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I don't think that.
I'm an in the closet ESFJ.
Oh.
I'm deep in the closet.
Deep in the closet.
I'm behind
Of
all the
your
coats.
clothes.
All the coats. I'm behind them all.
Do you own them all too?
You do it? Then let's do it. Alright, we'll do that at some point.
Yeah, cool. That'll be fun. It'll be a fun session for sure.
That would be a good return to the typing session. No, in fact, I'm going to raise the price back to its old price of $100. As I explained in the document, they had an experimental pricing there. Well, all you have to do is get with a gay woman and you'll be a gay couple like me and Rachel.
Yeah, we're a gay couple. Kojutsu?
I mean, my general perception about TI in the 7 and 8 goes like this. INFP have the best, followed by ISFP, followed by ENFP, followed by ESFP. But that's probably not even...
Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding, Oliver Linehan. When did Discord say that I'm an ESFJ?
That's just what Discord does, Rachel.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm totally down. It's the shit in your suit playground.
Yeah, it is. I'm just like surprised about like who's singing it because, like, I think at this point it's pretty evident that I am an INFJ.
It's pretty hard to imagine her as anything
Yeah.
else if you know anything about
Yeah.
typology. And you spend any time around her or watched her around here. I did think she was ENFJ at first, which I guess is a sign I didn't test her SI enough, maybe. I mean, people are always more in their tool function at first in a typing session, maybe for as long as the whole duration of it, because they're trying to be on point, and so they've got their tool function revving to go. So Rachel seemed more extroverted in that typing session than she turned out to be. She's actually very introverted. Like, very introverted. She doesn't, if I'm not saying things, we're sitting in silence.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind that.
No, I don't mind that. You and I have plenty of good conversations, and we're not chatting pointlessly at each other.
Yeah.
And that's something I've learned to appreciate more being with her. I view things in a bit more of a larger time frame. Like, when we do have good conversations, it's something's gotten understood, something's gotten accomplished. It's not just you telling me about what happened when you went to the store and
Yeah.
you know.
I really am not like that.
There's just no SI storytelling, basically.
No. I wonder if that's why, like, I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, I engage in gossip sometimes. I think everyone does at some point, but I'm not.
Did you hear about Mac Daddy though?
Oh.
She got into some drama.
Oh no! Well, she got into some drama. What
with
was she
Karma's
doing?
pimp and
Oh.
Ruben R. the other day at the bar.
At the bar.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because
Ready
they
to
were
rumble,
having a
please.
good time, and then huge arse came in.
Oh my gosh.
And then Fly Guy was like, "Hey, I'm with you." And then Karma's pimp said to Ruben R, "Fly Guy shouldn't be hanging out with huge arse."
No.
And then Ruben was like, "Come on now, everybody get along," because he's an ENFJ. And then Mac Daddy walked right up and punched huge arse in the face. Because she's an ESTP. And then CJ came in and was like, hey. That's it.
Chill Island
That's
Oasis
all,
here.
that's all that happened. He just said, hey.
I didn't like shut everyone down.
And then there was a big freeze, and everyone turned
Yeah.
to look at him, and then everybody froze. And it just stayed that way forever.
Wow.
The end.
That's amending.
INFPs can be charming sometimes. Well, why wouldn't they be charming? They've got extroverted intuition. What could be more charming than that? A bunch of charms thrown at you at a charm school? I hate gossipy people so much, especially Jenny. Did you hear her the other day? She just talked on and on about Jessica's dress. Like, it's none of your business. God, I hate gossip. That's great. That's fantastic.
When I had like an ESFJ for a best friend, I was a very good listener of the gossip. I didn't really, and I would like Effie, respond back and stuff, but I just like, as I got older, it was like, this stuff is toxic.
You know, Bufo, I thought I looked into imposter syndrome once, but then I realized it wasn't me.
Oh.
It was an imposter.
Good. Good.
You love people who were born on February 29th. That's what you tell a girl that you want to break up with. You say, listen, I haven't been able to tell you this before, but I'm sorry, I only love people who were born on February 29th. It's just, I thought I was going to get over it, but it's a fetish of mine that it's critical to me that I have a girl who was born on February 29th. And she's like, oh, okay, I understand. I guess I'll never be that girl for you. No, you're not a leap year. If someone's gossiping about their friend, you know they're toxic. Well, I mean,
A lot of
listen,
people
my
do it.
ex-wife was quite gossipy, okay? It's just an SFJ thing. It's
Yeah.
not toxic.
It's not. It just was to me. Like, it just was like I had my fill of it. That's all. I was like,
It can be toxic, but it's not inherently toxic.
no, it's really not.
Depends how it's done. There's a lot of times it's just ESFJs and ISFJs. Like, did you hear what happened to Sharon's
yeah.
daughter? She was arrested for stealing from the Best Buy. They took her away in handcuffs, apparently. Like, you know, that's not ill-intentioned. It's not
No.
toxic. It's just, ooh, I got some juicy gossip.
Yeah, we all are gossipy to some extent, comments Pim. I just didn't. I was just like not feeling it anymore.
You bet I learned a lot from my duel. Well, I learned a lot about BPD. I learned a lot about some of the consequences of FI polar, allowing myself to get emotionally abused for years before finally having enough, before finally giving up on fixing her, you know.
Huge jars. Hey Rachel, what's the meaning of life? I think the meaning of life is to enjoy it, but I don't know.
DPV sounds traumatic. What's DPV? Sounds traumatic. Sounds dramatic. Well, I'll never fall in love again? Why not? How do you know?
Never gonna dance again.
Guilty feet have got no rhythm.
Is that how you're feeling? Show media?
Never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. That's another good song by George Michael.
George Michael has good. It was a good songwriter, I guess.
We were talking about faith and Wake Me Up Before You Go Go the other day, but I hadn't remembered that one.
Yeah.
Guilty Feet Have Got No Rhythm song. Yeah, that's a classic use of saxophone there in that song. Huh?
Yeah, it is, and it's hard to.
Yeah. A jitterbug. A jitterbug. Ba-din-din-din-din-din. Ba-din-din-din-din-din-din. Ba-din-din-din-din-din. Ba-din-din-din-din-din-din. Ba-din-din-din, 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 ba-din-din-din-din. Wake me up before you go, go. I'm not planning on flying solo. Wake me up before you go, go. Take me dancing tonight. Take me dancing tonight.
I think that's it.
I think you're right. Oh, George Michael. I don't care if you do have two first names. You're all right with me. You have the.
No, can I have
There you
those?
go.
Thank you, thank you.
Do you think if George Michael married Boy George, he'd become George?
They get like probably around in the same crowd, you know?
By which she means they're both homosexuals.
Oh, that sounds so bad.
Not all homosexuals know each other, Rachel. Okay.
No. But they seem like they would. Like, even if they had like a dance off in the 80s, you know, like brushed up against each other and was like,
Okay, so now you think he's a troll? You've changed your opinion about him, Hugh Jars? All lesbians do know each other.
oh, wow.
I didn't know that.
Wow.
That's good to know.
That's good to know.
If I ever need to talk to any specific lesbian, I'll just find one nearby.
Mac Daddy says lesbians aren't real.
I mean, I just don't care about those things. They're too traditional for me. What are too traditional for you? Top hats? Horse-drawn carriages? Oh, Jeff's talking about marriage.
Oh, what about it?
It's what goes together with love, like a horse and carriage.
That's nice.
You've legit heard people say this, though?
I've heard that people say that too, that lesbians aren't real.
I've said that myself before, so. I'm just kidding, sort of. You know, I know it's a little passe, but really? Aren't you secretly a little skeptical too? Sometimes. I'm skeptical. Because most lesbians at some point have had sex with men, I bet. That's what makes people think that. Don't you think that's true? I bet that's true.
Yeah. I think a lot of them.
That's because sex with men is way too easy. Just lie down. Fantastic.
That is fantastic.
Well, lesbian is a term for girls who aren't attracted to me in particular. You don't ever drink any drink you open, Rachel.
I
You
know.
must be so dehydrated.
Well, today I peed and it was light yellow.
Oh, that's good.
Sorry for my bad habit.
I didn't need to apologize for it. I wasn't trying to scold you or something. I guess I was scolding you. Whether I was trying to is irrelevant.
No, I don't think you were scolding me. I didn't take it as scolding.
Just observing.
I just feel like I'm aware of it and embarrassed about it.
I'll drink your leftover drinks.
Cool.
I just don't quite know when to take them over is what happened.
That's fine. At some point it's going to be both of us drinking from it, and then it'll be less me drinking from it, and then you have the rest.
Fine. Since we've got additional ones in the fridge, this is the sort of pointless conversation that FE2 and 3 have with each other.
Yes. What about the
Like, I could just be drinking a drink this whole time, and you know, the thing is, it wouldn't bother you at all if I put it back in front of you every time. But if I took it away and put it in front of me, then you'd be thinking like, he stole my drink.
I might. Yeah. I like to think I'm better than that, but
That's called the INFJ ultimate test.
but I wouldn't like get mad at you.
No, you wouldn't get mad at me. But I would nevertheless fail the test.
Yeah.
Can I borrow
But
the
I don't
lighter
test
first? What
you.
kind of
I don't
lighter?
test you.
I know
'cause
you're
I don't
not
believe
testing.
in that. sort
I
of-
know you're not literally testing.
Yeah, I don't believe in testing in relationships.
Yeah, me neither. We're both team players. Testing is a very non-team player thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alec T. I'm an earth sign as well. I'm a Capricorn. Yeah, I'm INFJ. Huge R's. I'm just like, it's more like you're seeing more of an INFJ because I am on camera with Eric a lot. So it's like, because some of the elusiveness is gone. Because INFJs, when like partnered right, get to be themselves the most, and I think that shows up on camera, and it doesn't always match the descriptions that they have online. Some of the descriptions are right, but like,
There's a hodgepodge of things. You
yeah,
know?
there really are.
And it's unfortunate because it makes people go, well, because it requires right now of people, both NI and TI, to come to the right conclusion about things, which means, you know, a fairly small population of people around TWFP really understand cognitive functions pretty well. And you know, I don't think anybody understands them perfectly. I don't think I understand them perfectly.
No.
I think there's only so much understanding you can glean from what's a map of something that's so fluid and all-encompassing as consciousness itself, you know? I mean, you can map indications of all the experiences. You can map instances of the experiences, but you can't, the map can't provide you that experience. I can say, earlier today, I dragged my foot through a mud puddle. That won't allow me to re-experience the sensation of dragging my foot through a mud puddle, right?
Yeah. You know, it's funny when I experience pain, like physical pain, I'm always like, oh, that's what it feels like to hurt. Because sometimes I forget what it actually feels like to, like, feel injured.
That's a strange thing to say. I don't. We can't. But the thing is, nobody remembers in an acute way pain. Like when I think back about physical pain from an instance, it may make me wince a bit, but I don't feel anything equivalent to the physical pain that I experienced at the time, right? And we can map that reality as well by describing it like I just did. The fact that the words don't link directly to the experience. So there's an element of consciousness that we can map pretty well, but that mapping is different from the thing itself. On the other hand, there's stuff that's purely communicative matters, where mapping is the thing itself. And so, when people are talking, like TI people are talking about things about what's correct or right or whatever, what they mean is what withstands disinterested scrutiny on a communication level. And then when people are talking about what's important and what needs to be valued the most, they're typically talking on an FI level because they're calculating the world through that personal importance-driven calculus.
Alec T says the body forgets pain. This is a defense mechanism because remembering one's pain accumulates greater fear of it. So the body reduces its retention of the feeling.
That's a good observation. Whoever said that. Who said that?
That was Alec T.
That's a good observation. You got a sticker called Good Observation on your paper, Alec. Congratulations.
I like that you take my drinks and drink them. It makes me feel less wasteful, so that's good.
That's good. Wasteful is bad.
I don't mean to be wasteful, sometimes I am.
I don't think of you as being wasteful. You know, I think you're fine. I remember the time I broke my arm. It was April 2010 in elementary school, and the guy ended up on top of me while on the side of my left arm. I felt numb and dizzy, like a gong hit woke me up. Have you ever been woken up by a gong hit? I focus on the pain. I hope you're joking, show media. Don't say that.
I have a feeling you're joking, show media.
That's the only thing that's real. Pain is subjective, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's true for that reason, but it's definitely the case that pain is subjective.
Pain is subjective.
Oh, those are lyrics from 9 Inch Nails? I don't use pain for anything.
No, he's a baby pig poop face.
Yeah, I don't like pain.
No.
I don't like physical
No,
pain.
don't
I don't
like-
like discomfort. I don't like emotional pain. I don't find it a useful tool. it may teach me things. I'm not saying it doesn't teach me things, but I don't use it. Like, that's what a tool is, something you use, you know? If I used pain, for pain to be a useful tool, I'd have to be inflicting pain to force other people to do things, which I'm definitely not doing.
No.
I don't like inflicting pain.
Yeah, that's why, I don't understand. My mom just doesn't get it. But she's a narcissist, so that's a different story.
You give pain to yourself to tell you something is wrong with your body. Well, I mean,
It could just be change too, as the body changes, it gets stretch marks.
my eyes don't work as well as they used to.
I'm noticing that in myself too.
Pain is just non-pain reversed. That would be pain numb. So, I'm not sure about that. Pain. Yep.
Oh, Squire Bubbly Tins, Mommy likes to sing to you.
Well, that's true. I would,
Meow.
after burning myself on a
Sorry.
stove, I'd be
Yeah.
less likely to touch it again. Which means I would have learned something from my pain. But that doesn't make it a tool that I use.
Okay, so I believe I'm a 974 in tri-type, and that name that they have on personalitycafe.com says that it's the self-doubter. Can we make a new name for it? Because everything else is cool. The bard or the gentle positivist. Why does that have to be the self-doubter?
That's such a shitty name.
Right? That's the Eeyore of names.
What are they thinking?
Seriously, what were they thinking?
Oh, yeah, that's like an FI polar thing to do. It might have been an ENTP who made that thing. Sorry to tell you. So let's see.
What? An ENTP?
It sounds like an ENTP made those things.
It's okay. ENTPs get things wrong sometimes.
Yeah, that's a sort of thing that bipolar doesn't think about. What about people of those types actually coming across that as their name, you know?
Yeah, totally. That's why the 748 is the curve surfer.
Yeah.
Or is it 784? What are you?
784.
Yeah, the curve surfer is 784.
I get a little 80 sometimes still. I'm not as 80 in my affect as I used to be.
Mm-mm.
I'm more chill. I've been changed by this whole thing happening, you know.
That's a good thing. I feel like I'm learning.
Enneagram is evil. Yeah. Enneagram is bad. Oh no. Don't use the Enneagram 'cause it will make you sad.
I don't think it. The only thing is the name.
I don't think that about Enneagram either. I was just
Eric is a really good songwriter.
Thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Thanks, CJ. A bunch of Christians have been claiming it's evil, huh? Maybe because it's got a pentagram shape or something. If you draw all the lines out, does it make a pentagram shape? I think anagrams are fine. Bland is fine. What's the problem they have with it? Do they say it's satanic, or do they say it's trying to supplant Christianity as an explanation for things? Oh, it's kind of new agey.
Way to catch up with the times, religion.
The anagram was provided as divine knowledge from a demon?
Oh my gosh, no.
Which demon? Do they know?
Yeah, that's a good question. Which demon?
If they really know that, then tell me which demon it was.
Yeah.
Well, we
I
didn't
thought it was
recognize the
smart.
demon. We just know it was a demon. Okay.
I thought it was smart that they would do lessons on like the different types because it helps understand in an understanding of the self, which that's like what like Jesus wanted. Basic like, oh, this person's reacting this way because of that. I can respect that.
Negrum. It's okay, Mac Daddy. I wasn't sure what you were talking about anyway. Keeping an open mind is a virtue, but as space engineer James Osberg once said, not so open your brains fall out. The demon-haunted world. Science is a candle in the dark. I want to know which demon it was that did those horrible things. I want to know which demon it was. Would you find his name out for me?
Yeah.
How many demons are there? Anyway. Are there more than 10?
Show media. I just bought myself a beanie that has mushrooms on them.
$7 billion demons? How do people determine how many demons there are? Is there some sort of source material that serves as a determining factor in these questions? 7 billion is a lot of demons. Is there one for every person? Or are you saying that we are the demons? Mind blown. I'm not a demon. I'm no angel either. I'm not going to deny that. I'm no angel. Let alone am I an archangel.
Mac Daddy, 666, dead babies from hell.
Everyone has a demon who helps them grow. What's my demon's name? Do you know who my demon is?
Ted.
Ted. I always had my doubts about that guy. Ted is my demon. Or Brad. It's either Ted or Brad, I guess. Maybe it's Ted Brad. Yeah, Rubber Soul's a good album.
We sat under it at this diner called, what was the name of it?
Happy Burger Diner.
Happy Burger Diner in Mariposa.
One of the demons retired.
Bartholomew, get over here.
Bartholomew does seem like a good name for a demon.
Yeah, it does. Which song from Rubber Soul Show Media?
Bartholomew, the demon of poetry. He's one of the more pussified demons. Pussified Demon is a good name for a band or an album too.
That's my Enneagram. A
Pussified Demon?
Yeah. A pussified demon.
Or your tri-type.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a bad name for your tri-type. You know, because you gotta watch out. Rachel does have plenty of claws and fangs. She seems all sweet and stuff, but she's not helpless or defenseless at all. And she doesn't let herself get pushed around at all.
Thanks.
She just has to take kind of a back route way of getting things accomplished.
Yeah, I do. And people have to be patient with me. Like bill collectors and stuff. When you dated an INFP, did you think that she was a genius?
Me?
Yeah, I'm just curious, because that's what you...
No, she was not a genius.
I
She was
wouldn't
not a
think so.
genius. It's not an insult, it just means wimpy.
Yeah.
Wimpy's not bad. Like, lots of things are better when they're pussified, son. Nothing wrong with that. You don't want a sausage party. You don't want everything to be all sausagey all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we got two cars, right? We took the black car, two Mini Coopers. We took the black car, which is a two-door, and has a lot of pep. You know, it's like you step on the gas pedal and that thing fucking takes off. And then but it's also got tighter suspension, so you feel the bumps in the road more, and it's a smaller car, so it's a little tight for me, and you know. My car is a much pussified version of that car. I also have a Mini Cooper, but it's a four-door, and it's a stick, and it's not, I don't know.
It's higher,
yeah, it's bigger.
ceiling, roof.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I prefer the black car. The white car is more comfortable.
Yeah, it is.
The white car is warm and wet and easy to slide in and out of. Right, too much of either is annoying. If I were gonna have a time travel movie where somebody traveled into the future, one of the ways you know it was the future was that all the sports teams would have entirely pussified names. They'd be called like the Los Angeles Nurture.
That's so funny.
There'd be no indication of anything other than caring and love in any sports team's name.
Oh my god, I love that so much.
Rachel or Delilah what?
Rachel and Delilah are duels. That's why we get along so well.
The Philadelphia Glee.
The Philadelphia Glee? I love that name.
That's a new name for the Eagles once they decide that Eagles represents animal abuse.
The Pussified football team.
The Oakland
New York
Nurture,
Jollies.
the Oakland Nurture versus the Los Angeles Glee.
And then the Los Angeles Glee. That's
Tonight on
so
Monday Night
inappropriate.
Football. And they all wear pastels on their as their uniform colors. And they're just covered with ribbons of different colors.
Oh my gosh.
They got like, mauve ribbon, pink ribbon, white ribbon. Got all these symbols of peace and hope all over. We stand with Hispanic Federation.
What's cool though is that good NI in there. Thanks, CJ O'Connell. You can relate to that. That's good. You might have like a relationship in some way with someone close to you that makes you relate. Oliver Linehan says, we're partnering with Taco Bell for Hispanic Heritage Month. Oh my god, it's funny. Oh. LOL CJ O'Connell. Oh, Rachel, I was talking about the INFP type, but you do have good NI. Haha, 100%. Thanks.
She didn't that time.
I didn't. I thought I didn't have that time at all. Yeah. Oh, Ruben R says ha 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 ha. Who are you talking about as an INFP?
Oopsie.
CG O'Connell?
Oopsie the INFP.
Poopsie the INFP.
You were just kind of ranting.
Do people think that you're an INFP, CJ O'Connell? Ooh, chili pepper and tomato. We got some vegetables up in here.
INFPs are difficult to impress. I find it hard to believe that you're an INFP, CJ. I find it hard to believe. My believing bone is grasping for cause and coming up empty. Broccoli.
Broccoli.
Broccoli. When you show a picture of it, I didn't even register what it is. That's how text oriented I am. I just thought, and there's the picture. I just skipped right over that. It's funny. It doesn't register in my eyes. Well, I'd be pretty surprised if I was polar FI, but you could probably spin it that way if you tried. Why would
You'd
you?
have to test for it.
Why would you be surprised? Tell me about your feelings. Well, how much attention are you paying to tying them down? Not very much, is my guess.
No, actually, it's quite often.
CJ, if you're, meow, 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 you know what I mean. You were labeled gifted. You realized that gift was a curse. A curse of expectations you were never going to meet. Curse of pointless endeavors down academic dead ends, one after another.
That must be like an SE polar thing. Getting A's without going to class. Because INTP, you know, and maybe he's an INFP.
Eventually I just gave up. I started shooting tap water. Every morning I get up, I inject myself with tap water.
I think anxious is FI.
Anxious is a feeling, yes. Now there's FI polar for you. Yep. Anxious is a feeling. Uh-huh.
Oh, CJ O'Connell, are you saying you're a unicorn?
Uh-huh.
You're just going by how you feel, fittingly so. So have you been an ESFP yet?
Avocado. There.
Avocado.
I looked at a picture and read it as a word. You have a top 5 for sure. CJ O'Connell, don't you be a pest in the typology ointment, alright? We're going to resolve this question once and for all.
What were you trying to establish, Mac Daddy?
Mayonnaise is a feeling of ew. Cheese is better than mayonnaise. Most things are better than mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Not radiation poisoning. But it's rarely a condiment.
How is anxiety not FI? I like to.
Anxiety is a feeling, okay? I'll explain how anxiety is a feeling, okay? Like, one time I went into the 7-Eleven. As I was walking into it, I was feeling anxious about this banking thing, whether this check would clear before this other one got taken out or something like that. And when I went into the 7-Eleven, I got my stuff. When I walked out, I was thinking about something else. But when I walked outside, I remembered an emotion that I'd had at that spot when I walked in of anxiety. And then after a few moments, I remembered what it was I was feeling anxious about. But the actual core memory there was the feeling, not the words. So in other words, the topic and the feeling register as separate kinds of memories. And the feeling part of it is probably more powerful or something.
Mm-hmm. I remember last time I was really anxious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a long time ago?
It was like months ago. And I was in Uniqlo. I was at the register and I was using Apple Pay. And I forgot your PIN number. And I was like, oh. Oh yeah, and I felt embarrassment at the register at CVS, but last minute I remembered. But I felt so anxious. I was like,
It's funny that you don't mention like running outside and seeing my dad lying on the ground or something like that as being a moment of high anxiety. You remember this experience at the cash register?
yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry. Is that
No, I'm not offended at all. I just think it's interesting cognitively what you associate with anxiety is what involved your dominant tool function more. You know, the anxiety that you felt, the actual FI that you felt
Yeah, I did.
with around when my dad's shit went down or whatever.
Oh man,
Was not something that you're going to remember as well because it doesn't involve your conscious functions as much.
I was definitely under stress though, like I forgot what state I was in and I had to apologize to the 911 woman because I was like, I'm sorry. This just happened. I'm in California, like and then yeah. I remember them like rushing us over to Letty's house. And I was like, oh, I wonder how like Letty feels about this. Us like standing on her lawn. And that day was so hot.
Yeah, it was a weird day, huh?
Yeah,
That was a
it
pretty
was tragic.
intense day.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It's about like it's gonna be the most intense day of our lives probably. As far as
I mean, yeah.
you hope you don't have very many days like that.
No.
No, not
No,
today.
no, no, not today.
No, not today. We're talking about
Thanks, Rubenar. We're talking the day, yeah, that Eric's dad died.
on an incredibly simplistic level.
Yeah.
You can think of depression as occurring when your cortex thinks an abstract thought and manages to convince the rest of the brain that this is as real as a physical stressor. Well, I mean, it is as real. That's the thing. It is just as real. It's only for... This guy himself understands it's just as real, probably, based on how he's writing, although he may be an ESTJ, I'm not sure. But, of course, metaphysical meanings are just as real, if not more, than physical experiences. Physical experiences are temporary typically, and they are, as Alec observed earlier, and they're quickly forgotten by the body, well forgotten by the body. Yeah, well, that's true about genes. Part of depression is when meaning making fails to connect to the language center of the brain. That's a weird thing to observe. I don't know what to make about that.
Part of depression is when meaning making fails to connect.
That doesn't make any sense. Meaning making is always done in language. You can't, meaning making and language utilization are co-interdependent. The experience, the non-meaning based experience of feelings sometimes defies the capacity of language to make meaning about it adequately. But in every instance, meaning making is done with language.
Are you saying I'm depressed?
No, he's not saying anyone's depressed. He's talking about what depression is and linking it to an inability to make meaning out of your pain, which is probably not true. You're probably making negative meaning about your pain. But sometimes pain can cripple your meaning making capacity. That sounds more like a fugue state, like a panic attack or something. Well, people represent one of 16 types, it is the case. Simply because people have to pay attention, they have to take action in certain one way or another way as a predominant means of taking action. They've got to deliberate in one way or another possible way, as a predominant means of doing that. They've got to know in one way or another way of two possible as predominant means of doing that.
I read once that anxiety is when you think about the future too much, and depression is when you think a lot about the past too much.
Well, we'll often hear depressives say life is meaningless, but that is a failure on their part. Well, it may just be things that aren't their fault at all, like getting old and losing everything that's precious to you.
Yeah, man. That's good, C.J. O'Connell. What does norepinephrine
Norepinephrine.
Norepinephrine. Wow. Norepinephrine. What was I right about, Alec T?
About potential realities, not current ones.
Oh, yeah.
Norepinephrine. Did I add an extra put in there? Norepinephrine.
Epinephrine. Norepinephrine.
Did anybody here see the new Terrifier movie? Thoughts on it? I did not see the new Terrifier movie, but I hear it was terrifying. How depression affects the brain. It makes it sad. The shortest book ever.
Yeah.
It was such a short book.
It did win the Pulitzer Prize, though.
For concision. I hope I die suddenly when I'm old. I don't want to have to know it's coming on a clear time frame. I have to do meaning making. Well, you're going to have to make some meaning about death at some point. All right, and you can't just nanny forever. Eventually it hits you in the face.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I will be here for a long, long time. So don't be worrying about what happens when I die.
I hope that means that I'm going to be here for a long, long time.
I hope so too. I'm sure it does. You know. If I'm willing things though, I'm just saying, well, I'll go ahead and will this, you know. We shouldn't be afraid of death. No one can die except the others. No. Well, most people think that you could die too.
I get a little afraid of death. Like, sometimes I think about it. Like, I think about, Kobe Bryant and his daughter in a helicopter. Makes me sad, you know? Like, they probably knew. I don't know. It makes me think about.
Yeah, she was young.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah.
Okay, goodbye, Jeff Costello. Here,
What's going on with that?
will you stop? What did even Hugh Jarvis even say? I didn't see anything. Oh, that's not cool either. You're both on timeout.
Fair.
You both get timed out.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Sexy, sexy death. That's definitely what I want.
You knock
Yeah,
it
in the
out.
corner of both of you.
Alright.
Exactly.
We're trying to be nice to each other here.
It is, of course, Eric's secret power
To put people on timeout.
to be nice.
Oh, to be nice. Right. Yeah. I'm nice. I'm sweet as pudding sugar. Oh, two shenanigan makers.
Finger.
Don't be a shenanigan maker, okay? There's no need for that kind of tomfoolery around here.
No need for shenanigans.
Nor for tomfoolery. No, I'm not typing anybody. Not right now. Well, the thing about death is nobody's... The question is it the end of experience And the only way to know that would be to experience it. Nobody who has potentially experienced it, rather than lost the capacity to experience, which is the alternative, has communicated that to us at all, because of what death definitionally is, which is the inability to communicate or take action as an independent agent anymore from other people's perspectives. I hope I die in a rock climbing fall when I'm about 198 years old. And finally I'm just like, okay, I've done so many different things. Now I'm gonna free climb Half Dome. Just like that famous guy, Alex whatever.
Yeah.
But I'll get like 10 feet up. That's all I'm gonna get, because I'll be so old, I'll be 198. It won't be that big of a fall, but I'll be so old that my bones will be so brittle that I'll die from the fall. Yeah, that'd be a fine way to go if you had to choose one, I guess, CJ.
I don't think I want to die like the rumored Elvis Presley on the toilet with like
With a sandwich?
sandwich, yeah.
If I have to die in the toilet, I'll forego the sandwich. Throw it into an active volcano. Well, it depends what it's active doing. Maybe it's just
Struck
doing
by
aerobics.
lightning.
Maybe it's active, in shooting out steam, but it's actually quite pleasant in there.
Could it be?
Probably not. But, maybe, like, you could imagine there's steam vents all around you, but you're on this one part that's very, very solid ground that the lava hasn't reached yet. You could have conceivably, it would be still pretty high. You have to be pretty far away. You have to be like a pretty big island in the middle of the lava soup, if you had any chance at all. You'd have to be right in the middle of it, and probably have a super asbestos suit on. It's still going to be super hot down in there. Hot enough to hook the tits off a horsefly, as we used to say in Georgia. That's what Grandma would say. Ooh, you should say. Hot enough to cook the tits off a horsefly.
Hot enough to cook the tits off a horsefly.
See, that wouldn't be a good way to die, though. There'd be no way you'd take any erotic pleasure from these naked ladies chasing you if you knew they were chasing you to your death. It would be the pending death would be too attention consuming. It would be so significant a factor that it would even distract you from all the boobs. Plus, you have to be running away from them. So how are you going to even look at all the boobs? If you really think about it, I don't think so. Or you could just shoot the particle accelerator with your head, with your eye beams. Men's lives have meaning, not their deaths. Thoughts on this quote? 3 times is enough, Maury. It it depends on the death. Some deaths have more meaning than others. But it's living people who make that meaning. You know?
Here we go again. 3. It's funny. I don't know. It's glitching.
Now you're going to say that 3 times, huh? That's what they call you. 3 times the mortgage. Today we're gifted with 3 times the mortgage.
That's funny, Urban R.
That's the mortgage. When a guy puts 3 times the thing that he used to say, that's the mortgage. Like, people make meaning out of deaths. There's no disputing that. You know, most people have some people in their lives, family, friends, whatever, and those people are going to be impacted significantly by their deaths to the extent, in proportion to the closeness to which they were that person, you know. The closer you are to a person, the more you're going to be impacted by their death. But, death is very meaningful to people, but that doesn't mean deaths have meaning exactly, right? That the implication that you can only make meaning by living is true, but part of your life is your death, and that's meaningful too. You're cursed, you're cursed, you're cursed. No, you're not. I can guarantee you you're not. Because I'm not, and I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Ergo, you're not dead. Your only 2 possibilities are alive and non-living. You could, in theory, be a bot or something, you know. But you are
Yeah,
not
you could
dead.
be a bot. Or what? NPC?
Non-player character.
Yeah.
Yeah. The best book about death is called A Happy Death. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I mean, it's always gonna evoke sadness from people in general. It's the disappearance of a person from your life that you had some degree of attachment to. It's a loss. It's fundamentally sad. You can't make it unsad by talking about it in certain ways. There's a syndrome where you think you're dead called Cotard syndrome. What's going on with you, Eric? You seem a little off today. I'm pretty sure I'm dead. No, you're not dead. Well, I think I might be dead. What makes you think that?
I'm sorry, Trubs.
I'm pretty sure this breathing I'm doing is fake. Well, what makes you think it's fake? It just seems like somebody acting, you know, like, does that sound real to you? You're not dead, you're co-tarted.
Oh my god.
Capgras syndrome is a condition in which sufferers become convinced that those they know well are imposters. In Kluver-Bucy syndrome, the victim develops urges to eat and fornicate indiscriminately, to the understandable dismay of loved ones. Perhaps the most bizarre of all is Cotard delusion, in which the sufferer believes he is dead and cannot be convinced otherwise. No, he's not a god troll at all. What do you mean a god? What do you mean? Is he like he's trolling about God? Or you mean he's like such an amazing troll? Because if he is a troll, he's not an amazing troll. I'm being serious. I did take one, and it was a short class, which sucks, by the way. Synecdoche. Synecdoche, schmenecdoche.
Synecdoche.
Does anybody think the Philadelphia Phillies are going to win the World Series still? I'm having my doubts.
I'm having my doubts too, and it makes me sad.
I would like the Philadelphia Phillies to win the World Series. But
that damn Verlander.
Hugh Jarvis now, therefore you're saying he's faking? It's certainly plausible. People do fake things sometimes.
People thought that Paul McCartney was dead for a while.
I fake all my orgasms.
It's true.
It's pretty tricky to fake too. It's pretty tricky.
Wow, it's like magic.
Yeah. It looks so real, you'd think I wasn't faking. Every time they win. Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't need to fake them. Like, a lot of people. I find that if I just keep pumping, they eventually happen. All by themselves. Like, oh yeah, ew. That's what I say when I, ew, yeah, ew. I don't really say that.
No.
I have this long warbling yodel. He's dead, yeah. He died.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, most barefoot people are dead.
Yeah. Most barefoot people are dead.
Which is why it does matter, though. Through us, thousands of people are waking to start to action. Well, what if you die and those thousands of people aren't starting to wake to action? How are you so convinced that your death is going to stir and awaken others? I'm pretty sure I'm going to ignore it. Well, I mean, musical musical components of things aren't so much impacted by the NE. She said that right before being executed by the Nazis. Well, yeah, it was appropriate for her time period, I guess. But I wouldn't want to hold it up as a lesson for everybody to follow, right? Like, she was wrong. She should try to stay alive. I guess she probably did try. She should have succeeded at staying alive. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I have her letters and journals. They are so beautiful.
Maybe she's an FI Dom. She probably is.
We're talking about your mom, Jeff.
It never gets old. I don't think it's Beta Quadra, Alec T.
No, I think what I'm saying is more like, you know, Alpha Quadra.
Yeah.
Like, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Well, yeah, I'm with you and everything, but, you know, I gotta go. I agree with you and everything. But yeah, I gotta go.
It's a good way of making an exit.
Okay, you're telling me. Who Jarvis is telling me again? What are you telling me? That you're from Visalia?
I'm from Visalia.
I'm from Visalia. You get what you fucking deserve is such an INFP rage thing to say.
I can see that.
Yeah, well, I did get raged at by an INFP one time, and it was... it was odd. Because then he didn't let me say... He like, wouldn't let me answer what he said. He was like, no, I won't listen to you. And stormed off. And then I had to keep talk to him later and be like, listen to me. You ever want to come at me like that again, you better stand there and listen to my response.
That's smart.
Practically, aren't you undershooting it a bit? Don't you mean meta macro super gods? Sure you do. Victim mentality is how INFPs turn evil. Victim mentality. What's that mean? I mean, I think when somebody feels hurt by somebody else, there's a tendency to want to hurt back. That everybody shares, and some people indulge in more than others. I'm pretty good at not doing that. But
Yeah. You are.
okay, well, I think it's about time for me to wrap up this stream. Rachel, you ready to wrap it up like Crap It Pup?
Yeah.
This has been brought to you by Crap It Pup,
Crap it, pup.
the kind of food that makes your dog shit. And anyway, have a good evening. Thank you for being made less miserable
Yeah.
by our delightful media product.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Me too.
Jeff Costello, hurry up. You've only got another second left to get in your various nonsense.
Yes.
And there.
Don't think about death.
Don't think about death,
Right.
or else you're gonna feel sad. Don't think about death. Oh no. All right, we won't. Thanks for
Thank
the
you.
advice, and thanks, Ruben, for your
Yes, thank
$10
you
as well.
For your $10. That was very nice.
$10 well spent, sir. Well spent.